Now then, let's see if everything is actually loading. No machine probe here. And there's a plate in there. This has taken ridiculously longer than I had hoped and anticipated. Which is to say, my happiness is somewhat on the low side. Come on, load faster. So we have a giant of a job in front of us. Mostly due to the simple fact that we need to murder things most brutally. Hey, means I have an excuse to play now and work later. Not the worst excuse, I'd say. Now then. Set everything up. Change things around. And then we're gonna play a game. Now. As for the usual nice little recap of last time's events, we arrived on this nice little island, guided by a head. Quite literally a head, with not much to it, apart from its head. And we learned that everything is around a bit of a Colosseum event here, where you have to fight multiple considerably dangerous fights, which reminds me that I need to change thing, because you remember we had that thing with the belt thing. The unstable coil, yeah, right, that one. And, well, I kinda missed equipping it. And so I, just bloody fucking did a few of the fights, and since I couldn't be asked to do them again in normal difficulty, I just did everything too easy and blasted through the Nagas, I think 2 times, and, oh, that is it. So now, we can go to...
back! Does that mean the belt is ready?
Yes, really, really, really engaged person. Going like, yes, it's feeling pretty warm.
Excellent.
Neil takes the offered belt, sticking it on his cart, fixes a pair of copper wires to the other buckle. They turn to a small gorge before terminating in a pair of flasks, apparently. Liquids in the flask shimmer with a sense.
That's a weak charge, but enough to start with. Some preliminary tests verify the principles of the thing. Oh!
He rummages through his cart and carefully hands you a human skull. Most of a human skull. Anyway, the dome is missing and thick red liquid swishes within.
How intriguing.
She iced liquid hungry.
Wouldn't be the first time I drank from a skull. Just don't tell my high priestess.
No problem, Shorty. I'm gonna shut up about this particular point.
This skull started me down this path, or this branch of it. It occurred naturally in the arena. A champion died, but his skull was so infused with essence that it produces its own, well, not potion exactly, but, substance.
Interesting. Oh, a never-ending drinking skull. I've been looking for one of those.
Exactly. It's incredibly convenient. Oh, you're jesting, aren't you?
Yes.
I shouldn't need it anymore.
And for some reason, this is not loading as it is supposed to.
One moment, please.
You've gained an item. Less unstable coil.
Here, it should hold a stronger charge now, provided you...
Okay. Fucking thingy, could you actually work? Of course not. That would be too fucking easy, would it be? My hatred is unbelievably high whenever this happens. Because it's such a waste of time, I need to click extra steps now for no other reason than... well, I like to fuck with you, basically. Thank you for finally loading. What's that? Apparently I can't subscribe to myself. YouTube, that's not how that works. That wouldn't make any sense. Enemies with stronger souls.
Truly, though, I can't thank you enough times. Was there anything else I could do for you before you get back to advancing the art of animancy? Of course.
Let me see if you have any new potions. Minor healing. Minor healing is not really going to flow any longer. Sadly enough. Okay, so it has a... and the upgraded build means I'll have to face tougher challenges to get the solar sense. But we still have some to choose from, so... I'm basically gonna do the same trick I did before, because honestly, you're supposed to do this while you're doing this, basically. And honestly, I don't really feel the need to go through these combat encounters again. Some of them are somewhat tricky, so, you know, I will win them, but it will take more time than actually what is needed. I don't really feel the need to do this again. I guess we could do this one again. No, well, let's go for the bloodletting, I suppose. It was the last one. If this one doesn't fill the coil, we're fucked anyway, basically. Let's just do this quickly and get to actually exploring the rest of the island, because that seems somewhat interesting. And of course, I'm somewhat looking forward to this. We're also going to face God later on, after we finish with this island. We had this already. Shut up. Three-headed statue of evilness. Now then.
If there is bloodletting to happen, let it not be ours.
You can count on it. Now, let's see how easy it is to beat them on, you know, easy difficulty. You should probably not run away from this one. Actually, summon your bow. Your bow of evilness. Why? Because the bow of evilness is awesome.
Confound it! It usually works.
Yeah, that monk is getting fucked. By healing power. You're not supposed to be in bloody freaking close combat. Would you please move? Yeah, you have a bow of making them fear for a reason. You idiot.
Confound it! It usually works.
Confound it, this usually works. It's over. Now let's see if this is enough to actually fill up my coil. Now if we actually need new combat encounters first. Could be, very well actually. I don't really remember this quest too well. Oh, of course the little bitch doesn't wear her freaking coil any longer.
Wow, isn't this fan?
Yeah, it's fucking fancy, so why the fuck didn't you wear it, woman? My plan, confounded by what? Well, myself, basically, because I'm an idiot. Bloodletting, accept challenge again. Like, yeah, this is totally normal. Okay, to be fair, that was my own mistake. It's honestly hard to blame somebody else for this. I could try, like, you know, blame the universe. Shut up. Forget a statue of nothing. I do love it. He is moving over there as if he's trying to be, you know, strategical about it. The problem is, he doesn't stay strategical
I'd always
about
heard
it.
that the people of Ixamidal prized intellect and wisdom. Oh, did they banish you?
Something I can do. Could be a fight.
That could be a fight. Do it again, just summon your bow of evilness immediately. You know what, you summon just the normal one. Just shoot your bow, you idiot. It's a bow of terrifying. That's awesome. You literally have nothing better.
Let's do this. Didn't work.
Bam, bam, bam. Bow of evilness, make them all afraid. Make them fear their life and run away. Walk like a charm, like please don't hurt me. I will hurt you. Now the fighter is dead.
Don't think so.
Now we have to do. Bam, stabbed in the back. You should never let a rogue in your back. Because, well, rogues have a tendency to do some horrible things when they're in your back. Oh no, it's an elemental, I'm so afraid. Yeah, that's immune to. That's not immune to. No, is this going to work? That's the question. I mean, it's the whole reason we're doing this shit, so if it's not working, we know we need to do something else. Very important lesson learned, I'd say. It seems to be working. Yep, it works. Okay, let's do it one more time and then we should hopefully be done with it. Mostly because I don't want to do this again. It's a pain. A pain in the ass, most likely.
Our newest crop gathers for the culling.
Time to make good on my promise. Moe, Ixie, on here.
Not possible.
Like that?
That's very helpful.
Let's just use the amazing spell of immediate doom. Yep. And that's why they are the most highest level of spells you can get. Technically speaking, no, there's one level higher than 9th level spell, technically speaking. Yeah, at least if I remember Baldur's Gate right. And that, believe me, I do remember Baldur's Gate right. Special abilities that are considered somewhat godlike. Like, you know. I guess for fighters it's stuff like unbelievable whirlwind attacks and stuff like this. Mages stuff like, you know, stopping time and casting quite a bunch of spells and then unleashing them all at once. Absolutely terrible what you can do with that. Which also means that a mage duel at that level actually comes down to who can get their fucking time stop off first. Because the other side is not gonna like that at fucking all. Ah, I remember that. Can somewhat trivialize some fights, but usually enemies, like for example Bleaks, have a very, very high
Gathers for the culling.
magic resistance, which makes it a bit worse. Also they have some inherent protection magic, which is meh. Not really something you necessarily want to deal with if you can help it at freaking all.
Caution will serve us better than speed.
True. Caution will serve us better than speed.
Be a fight.
He's like, might be a fort.
Moe, Ixie. This is...
I don't think so.
Take this. After him.
Now use your unbelievable spell of unbelievableness.
Hey, watch it with that.
No, okay, most of them already almost dead. It's like he's flanked. Yeah, I don't think that's his biggest problem at this point. The only real disadvantage I have is that I can't really not cast those spells too often. Then again, if I could do that, that would be basically just cheating at that point. Of course he wants to fight the mage now.
Did I do that?
And they roll that. Again. How often have I killed poor little Iptine or what his name was? Yeah. Shut the fuck up, I know what I did. Ah, nice. Sherry. I love this one. Hey, it's great. Go back, go. What's it this time? Well, apparently just an update. I don't give a shit about that. Bloody damn stupid phone wanting to update.
You're back! Does that mean the belt is ready?
Hmm.
Excellent.
Hmm.
Interesting. Still not quite as strong a charge as I'd like, but certainly far better than before.
Nice.
And I have you to thank for it. I created this with what you brought me before. Proof that the theories are sound, that the process works. I want you to have it.
Okay, I'll take it.
One moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here, it should hold a stronger charge now, provided you engage enemies with stronger souls. Truly, though, I can't thank you enough times. Was there anything else I could do for you before you get back to advancing the art of animancy?
Well, not really, no. And I think this is as far as we can progress this quest. For the moment, that is. Which means we need to change things back to normal. And that means we can finally go on a little quest to find actually more combats, because we can't do any stronger combats right now. I do remember some of the later combats are pain, and that's putting it mildly. We'll try those, but let's just say I will keep the option of actually lowering the difficulty in mind for this one, because honestly, a bit of a sideshow and I don't really want to waste all my time here. We have a very specific goal in mind, meeting with God, in this particular case. And I kind of feel like he deserves a, you know, a swift boot to the face. And we will give him some. Now, how are we gonna do this? Thick humid jungle gives way before you to empty air. A vast chasm divides you from further progress, sending to a churning white froth of water below. A bridge of wound rope crosses the gap. Lines of dark wood support between the strands. Examine the bridge. The thick rope has been well anchored, each line wrapped and tightly tied around one of a pair of heavy stones. The knots have long since crusted over solid. There's no tying them. The sun has bleached the wooden planks to a dull grey. Consider the quality of the wood. Wood looks good for burning, but alas, it will not likely hold much weight. Search for another route. I walk the edge of the chasm in either direction, but find no other means of crossing. The river seems to stretch down to the beach you land at it, separating you from the rest of the island. With time, it tells you, a bridge could be reinforced with materials provided by the island. It would require days of dangerous effort. Reinforce the bridge. Days of hard labor ensue as, clinging carefully to the underside of the bridge, you use branches and vines to reinforce it. Eventually, however, the crossing appears significantly safer. And 2 people got injured. Carefully cross the bridge. Once step onto the reinforced ridge and bears your weight with reassuring stability. You begin the crossing. Ropes feel secure beneath your hands, and you move confidently along the structure. Final step onto solid ground, you complete the crossing, and find yourself among the thick foliage of the central island. Oh, good enough. Government work, I suppose. The forest sends into scattered glades along the western cliffs of Kazuvari. Trees stand sentinel overlooking the sheer stone, plunge into the Deadfire Sea. You turn north, only to enter a large open field ringed with woods and peppered with small clumps of dense forest. Clouds of insects hum over the rotting remnants of discarded carcasses. The path before you looks roughly disturbed. Investigate the scene. Though it's difficult to discern from the chaotic wreck of dirt and grass, it seems like multiple sets of cliff tracks came from the direction you did and continue towards the coast to the northwest. Another set of tracks, these from some manner of clawed beast, come from inland to follow the same path of the cliff tracks. Examine the beast tracks. Tracks appear to have been left by Stelgar, a very large Stelgar. Nice. And the tracks overlap the cliff tracks and are overlapped by them in turn. Seems the creature was stalking those who would stalk it. Examine the cliff. 4 different sets of tracks appear, including a set that look Orlan. Others are more difficult to narrow down to a specific type of cliff. Tracks seem pretty close together, as if those who left them were moving slowly and carefully. Follow the beast tracks. It's slow going, but it manages to follow the faint trail through the dust and tall grass. The tracker leads you northeast along the tree line. It draws your attention to a pile of Stelgar droppings just off the trail. Could mask our scent of this, it's likely we'll end up getting ambushed by the beast that way. Said yourself. Whatever saves us from being the creature's next meal, I'll do it. You adapt your equipment with an ample helping of the droppings. You're not sure whether or not it masks your natural scent, but it certainly adds to it. Continue tracking the Stelgar. Continue along the Stelgar tracks. They're difficult to make sense of. This path seems to have seen the passage of multiple animals going in both directions. If you did know better, you'd think they'd meant it to be confusing. You hear a faint rustling in the tall grass nearby. It sounded too localized to be wind. Run towards the tree line. Cutting caution, you bolt towards the forest's cover. Several somethings pound through the grass behind you. The beast attacks from the side, knocking you into the ground and ravaging your fellow traveler's side with its claws. Even as you move to help, the beast leaps away into the undergrowth. Resist you into her feet as she clutches her into her bleeding side. Catch a glimpse of muscular furred forms moving between the trees. Confront it. You stand your ground, steeling yourself for whatever approaches. I will kill you now. No one hurts Marty and gets away with it. Alright, I think I will actually murder all of you. Well, shit, one of them is at a very bad angle for me. Oh, let's do differently.
Let's go.
Rabam! Okay, not bad at all.
That's very helpful.
Love will be on sync. Nice hit.
Now then, let's beat the Savage Teagle first.
Let's do this.
And we deal with another one.
Sure thing. This ends here. We believe it.
I thought we were friends.
After it, Moe. This is
Oh shit, you can't do that. Yeah, I forgot. Okay. Great Stelgar is not looking too fresh.
do this.
A temporary setback. Was a bit overkill. I would like to point it out.
Sure.
We got an item. As a bright glow approaches, the rhythm of a heartbeat, not your own, thrums in your head. The light coalesces into the muscular features of a hulking Amawa striding towards you.
Oh God!
The spirit shrinks away from the glow with a terrified yelp.
Watcher!
The soul roars as if in challenge. He points a thick gloved finger at you.
I wanted tougher, but you will suffice.
Come closer and say that again, bitch boy.
The Crucible has caught us a feisty Watcher? Good! What lies ahead is not for the meek.
Okay, who the fuck are you?
Who are you? I am the Slayer!
You're not.
The fastest and the strongest.
You're dead.
That you had to ask speaks ill of your mind.
So, what the fuck do you want?
Return your trophy to the old man. There is much left ahead of you to hunt, and far more to kill.
Uh-huh. Lines of his face lose what definition they possessed, blurring into a featureless mass, until the entirety of his form evaporates into thin air.
Well, wasn't he fun?
Any idea who that was?
He suggested he was the slaying face. Or at least the Slayer. For attitude aside, he knew of Ingari, and he knew what you're up to. You should be careful.
He seems to want us to kill someone or something.
Do you think this is why Galloway didn't want you here? Maybe the Slayer wants you to kill the gods.
Maybe. Wouldn't be the
I
first
wonder
time.
if we'll run into more like him if we continue with these trials.
Maybe. It's not impossible.
I shall.
Well, I guess this was it for the first trial of the Slayer. Hope the face is happy now. Actually, let me rearrange my little setup again, because my desk is normally chaotic, yes, admittedly, but it has been getting worse recently. Let's take a nice little rest. Camping outside. I haven't been going camping in so bloody freaking long. It's amazing. Gave me an opportunity back then to do some cool shit. Like fishing. Not the most exciting of things, but, well, you know, if you do it for fun, it can be nice. Also, now, grilling fresh fish. Quite tasty. The deeper you travel into the island's southwestern wilds, the denser the jungle becomes. The air thickens, heavy with humidity, and the impenetrable canopy allows only the faintest light from the sky above. The path narrows into gloom before you, the persistent drone of insects subsiding into soft whispers on the edge of hearing. Enter the forest. Tendrils of grey fog creep across the roots and vines, slowly rising, reaching, to push further into the island's expanse. The air grows opaque, and quiet murmurs carry on the faint breeze. Just as it reaches its thickest, the foggy morass parts like a curtain, revealing again the path before you. It forks to the left and the right, each path looking roughly as passable as the other. Inspect the path. There's no hint of tracks here, neither animal, wilder or cave, as if this trail has never before been traveled. The paths to either side seem uncannily similar, almost symmetrical, as if a pane of glass runs between them, one the reflection of the other. The trees bend above like long, many-jointed legs, their limbs entwined with vines into a impermeable tangle. Take the left trail. You follow the trail, and quiet rustling sounds murmur from the obscurity of the undergrowth. The path forks again before you. Between the two paths, you find a simple statue, a stone pedestal topped with the many-eyed face of the sea car. Examine the statue. The statue has clearly been standing at this fork for ages. The lines are weathered, the details worn away by the elements. Moss grows across the base. Vines hang down from the spider-like head. The seeker's eyes stare at you, unblinking. Yet everything about the sculpture, down to the dripping foliage, seems impossibly symmetrical. Everything except the one eye missing from the statue's right side. Interpret the statue's meaning. The seeker is rendered with an eye missing, or perhaps the eye has been removed since, the statue effaced by some other contestant in the island's games. It strikes you as unusual that the seeker would be presented as blinded, given the aspect of Wama Wai in the gathering of knowledge. You adopt that the seeker's cult venerates the blind. Take the right trail. Press deep into the jungle, the path narrows, as if the trees were looming ever nearer, threatening. They seem almost displeased with you. The susurrus whispers in the woods grow, sounding less like insects and more like the chittering of some unseen audience. The rush of shifting leaves above serves as the only warning you get before the massive, bulbous form of a giant spider descends from the canopy. Impossible quickness, its legs wrap around midair, before the beast descends again into the shadowy recesses above. And as shouts go abruptly silent. Merla, Midwin snaps. Did you see the size? She claps her mouth shut. Then more calmly, you should locate Ada, quickly. The path broadens and splits before you, impossibly returning you to a very familiar fork. Between the two paths you find a simple statue. Take the left trail. The jungle grows darker as you press ever more deeply into its heart. The path forks again before you. While the split looks slightly similar to the last, you can tell it bears enough differences to suggest you're making progress. Is it the same statue again? Okay, and take the right trail this time. And take the right trail. There's no plans. Instead you find a third path, central between the other two. Almost reflection as the hill park looks cramped and overgrown. Take the central trail. Enter the cave, making your way through the winding darkness. For time you hear nothing save your own breathing. Then the whisper of insects draws you forward, growing gradually until it almost sets the air to humming. Search for enemies. You see nothing to attack and nothing likely to attack you. Continue cautiously forward. Path broadened before you, before abruptly terminating in a broad open clearing. For a moment it seems as if the jungle itself is aglow, each tree limned in faint green. But then you see the source of the illumination, a skull almost afire with soul energy. Get no chance to retrieve it, however. Spiders descend upon you from the darkness above. Can I get my tank back, please? That one is kinda important for my battle tactics.
Something I can do?
Okay, so he's not dead.
I trust you. Could be a...
Attack!
Can't move.
This ends here.
Attack! Attack, 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 attack. Good thing I got my tank back though.
Not to alarm you, but I'm
Poisoned.
Watch it with that.
Let's go.
it. That's
Yeah, that is very efficient. Not much left. He should be able to deal with the rest. As long as I don't get any, you know, help that is.
This ends here.
take that.
Yeah, you're as good as dead, Dire Weaver. Shouldn't have been such a little cunt about things. And of course it was full of little babies. Why am I not surprised? Still shouldn't really be a problem.
This is futile.
Yeah? Leave it.
Well then, there's a little thing here. Let's examine it. A soul shimmers before you, a faint glow unreflected by the trees. Glowing gossamer silks sheathe her form, with long black tendrils of hair crown her head.
Do you see her too?
I do.
The Crucible still serves its purpose, bringing Gallowaynes devoted to battle, bringing battle to Gallowaynes devoted.
Well, and also to me, and I'm most definitively not a devoted.
But a wound, a tear, festers in the heart of this place.
A wound. What kind of wound?
I ask you to risk life and limb in the Crucible, but the desired outcome is not your death.
Aha.
The future of this place depends upon you seeking the champion's crown.
Interesting.
Souls that prowl this island writhe in disharmony. Without your help, the
Which falls silent as the woman's form loses definition. The span of her breath, the apparition dissipates entirely. Her words unfinished.
Oh, where'd she go? Hello, spirit lady?
Any idea who that was?
Not a clue. Perhaps she was the Seeking Face. Or perhaps some other poor soul trapped here on Kazuari.
Do you sense the turmoil she spoke of?
Not really, but I don't feel trapped here. Exactly. Not like she does. I came willingly, after all. Died willingly, I mean. And I've got you, right?
Well, let's go then.
Perhaps if we complete the other trials, we'll find similar spirits. And hopefully they'll be a touch more cheerful.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? And so far we haven't really found much. But I have actual clues of what the fuck is going on. And it leaves us with that area, and that's basically it. I think after that we have cleared, apart from this one little camp here, all that is around. A long arid expanse stretches before you, bordered on either side by dry, jagged cliffs. A handful of sharp-leaved trees and scraggly scrubs share the landscape, but the miles are rather quite desolate. In the darkening distance, you make out a faint red glow, high among the stony promontories. Spyglass, use spyglass. Set your spyglass southwards, towards the distant peaks. Through the lenses you see no reddish light at all. You lower the instrument, the strange illumination reappears. Perhaps it's a natural illusion, some trick of the atmosphere. Thoughts? The air runs down the length of the gorge. I'm looking forward to it, but the only way we are getting to the end of this valley is through it. The animal's aside as he wipes her spectacles with a cloth. Looks a difficult path to travel, an appropriate test of endurance, I suppose, or appetite for punishment. Of size. If you're really asking, I'd just as soon we didn't. You're not really asking, are you? I'm not. Really, this is a test from the gods. Fine, I'll prove my devotion and my endurance anytime. Let's further into the valley. You pick your way among the dry stones and thorny brush. You swipe at stinging insects and scare off hissing lizards. The land itself seems set against you. The valley narrows for a time, to the point where only two kith can walk abreast. You approach an ancient structure of stacked stones. Stones appear precarious, blasted apart of magic. With a resounding blast of arcane might, the stones are knocked from their perches and fall onto the ground below. You pass through without difficulty. You still with me? It frowns. I live yet, unless we're getting closer to the end of this place. Check on the glow. Made some progress down the valley. The light still seems distant. Press further. Continue on, forging ahead against the hostile environment. The rocks shift above you and then tumble down to the cliff. Or leap to Edwin's defense. You knock Edwin out of the way, avoiding the falling rubble entirely. Still with me? Edwin? She scolds at your gear, thinking at it with her spidery fingers. I doubt I will ever get the stains of Watcher. As long as that's your worst problem. Press further. Continue on, forging ahead. To make your way forward, the pebbled earth shifts out from under you, plunging you into a hidden crevice. Love grabs you and holds you back up to solid ground. Wincing, Love cradles one arm. You still with me? That depends. Was there a purpose to this trek? More importantly, a cool glass of palm wine and a long warm soak at the end of it. One can only hope. Press further. White crevices opens up before you, spanned by a line of old rope. Trim me across the rope. Why is it there? Try your best. You do so without difficulty, but Adair wrenches a knee whilst grabbing up the far side of the gorge. At worst, your companion mutters with a wince. You're still with me, Shoti? Hands on hips, panting, Shoti shakes her head. Didn't matter if I had scraps, bruises, or bones poking out of my skin. Clang but always told me the same darn thing. Walk it off. Don't you worry about me, I'll keep on going, right up until I'm dead. The boulder blocks the path, and you have to push it out of the way. You succeed, but as it rolls aside, it crushes Olaf's hands. Raising hands to chest, Olaf begins to lag behind. Check on the glow. You've made some progress down the valley, and the light still seems distant. Darkness falls as you continue deeper into the valley. The footing seems even more treacherous than the gloom. It's only enough that there slips and falls, head knocking hard against the stone ground. Help your companion up, only to be waved off. I'm fine. But as progress has noticeably slowed. You made some progress down the valley, but the light still seems distant. Behind the valley beyond, partitioned off by a veritable wall of dry brambles. Burn them. Your blaze clears the plants ahead of you, but not without one of the flaming branches falling upon you. Ouch. I think we're finally almost there. How are you holding out? Head up to elevate these stains out. To push further towards your wall, what initially seems like a heavy blush of exertion across Shoji's face grows into an increasingly weeping rush of broken saws. Concoct a salve. Takes time to find the right herbs, but soon Shoji's boils and sores have been soothed. Yeah, sweat-soaked and utterly exhausted, Shoji begins to lag behind, muttering quietly about putting one foot before the other. You're quite far into the valley. It seems to stretch as far beyond you as it does your head. Right. Further in. Sun beats down on your party, blistering your twin skin. You notice your companion begin to slow behind you. Press further. You finally reach the end of the valley. It almost comes as a surprise. Cliffs loom above you, crowned by their faint red illumination, or perhaps that's simply the glow of the setting sun. Rope and grappling hook, please. You lob a grappling hook up the side of the cliff, securing it around a tree growing out of the rock face above. Sigh. You feel slightly better. Sigh again. You feel slightly better. Climb the rope. After the ordeal that lies behind, the climb of the rope face seems almost relaxing. You are alone at the top of the promontory. You hear something moving around a nearby rock. Wait the remind of your party. Resolve not to pass on alone, but the rest of the party makes little headway as the sound gets ever nearer. Red glow grows as its source comes into view. A necklace crafted from a shard of vermilion adra. The necklace hangs from the tusk of one of the largest boars you've ever seen. That sounds like a challenge. The large boar, its quills bristling, snorts and stamps its hoof. The beast is taller than you are, and much heavier, all muscle, bone, and tusk. Who's a good boar? Who's a good little-ish boar? Boar climbs over, eyeing you warily, sniffs at you, then snorts. Pet the boar. The boar cringes slightly as you move to scratch it behind the ear, but as you pet it relaxes, pressing its head into your palm, softly muzzling at your belly. Take the necklace from the boar's tusk. The boar blinks quizzically as you move the necklace from its tusk. Well, we did good, didn't we? The wispy, shimmering form of an Almoa approaches you cautiously, their posture crouched and very numerous scars and burns dot the soul's lanky limbs. The face is a diffuse blur, void of defined cheekbones and jaws.
An Amawa soul. Do you see him? Or her? Them?
So that may live.
Figure gesticulates as if to speak, but only distorted fragments reach your senses. And yet you perish here. You're trying to tell me something.
Stare death in the face. Survive. Toamawai requires a champion.
Sure, whatever you say.
Learn from that relic. Grow as hard as it. That you may live to restore the crucible.
What if I don't want to restore it, though? The figure lurches forward, its posture urgently pleading. No words are spoken. The form dissipates into nothing.
Well, that happened.
So, any idea who that was?
Hard to say. The surviving face, perhaps, or a soul connected to it.
Were you able to understand it any better than I was?
I speak spirit, not crazy. It's like it was reaching out from somewhere far away.
Okay, let's go.
Out that we learn more by completing the trials.
Okay, where's the rest of the party down there?
No problem.
Okay, let's fastly explore the rest of this place. Not that I'm imagining there's much here. It's the standard. We have seen this quite a few times. Also, we definitely need a rest because we are wounded as fuck. And that is putting it fucking mildly. Walking back to the crucible, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Taking a nice long rest by the crucible, ba-da-da-bum-bum. Hello, it is I again. I've been out in the wilderness. The wilderness sucks. I want some civilization now.
Welcome back. I hope I can be of service, friend. Not many, please.
Yeah, some nice things here, but nothing I really would say.
I hope I can be of service. You need I can point you in the right direction. But first I must ask. Every year we lose hunters to the Kohatkana. Usually they're tracking last year's hunters. But nowhere in my notes have I found out what first in
Rank foolishness.
Not surprisingly, the expanse has become a return with something a failed seeker before you left behind, and the spider will be pleased.
I'd have to kill the Fat Mountain for the slaying
A
face.
group of drifters claiming to be eager contenders showed us their true colors. Days ago, while most of the arena slept, they helped themselves to one of our Slayer relics. Unfortunately, for the thieves were last seen heading toward Wakupoko Lowvale. Slay them. Return the relic to the pool of memories, and the slaying face will be... The Tiebe o Waiapu has long had a reputation, yet the sounder of boars that call the valley home. Were you to return with proof, yes? Well done. The final step is to place the offering into the pool of memories. I leave that up.
Aha. Return to the pool of memories. Return to the pool of memories. Return to the pool of memories. Okay.
Got it.
At least we got all of the items. I hate it when games are set up in a way where it's like, if you don't have the actual quest, you can't get the item, then you need to backtrack and go again. No? So why is Shoji still wounded? Jody, didn't you rest like I told you to? It's not good. Currently we're running out of that again. Do we have anything else good? I guess worst case scenario we can use the fresh food. And we go in again. Let's see if she's fully healed, because I don't want to face off against any challenge in a wounded state. That's better. Make a nice little save game. Well, great, it's 3 fights. Ah, it's against spiders. And oozes. Well, that's gonna be fun. Oh boy. So 9 fights in total.
Few creatures kill with the cold intentionality of the spider.
Uh-huh.
Fewer still can resist the Seeker's children when they work in tandem. Seek the proper unraveling of the brood, lest you be overrun by mother and hatchlings.
We'll see about that.
It just me, or do we end up killing a lot of spiders?
Honestly, yes. Okay, so the hatchlings actually heal. That explains why we are supposed to be killing the mother first. Do it. I love, I believe in you.
Child. That's it.
You like that? Let's go.
Yeah, this fight is already cancer. I can never that much. This fight is gonna be cancer. Do we have anything else?
Do I feel warm to you?
Not unnecessarily. Now they're actually taking some damage.
Nausea, dizziness, tremors.
Okay, they're still healing. That's a fucking problem.
I can scarcely believe it.
Because that makes it absolutely bloody freaking amazingly hard to kill them.
Can't take much more.
After him.
Wish I could done something. I feel.
What are you doing? Why are you just looking at the world? Will you attack?
Did I do that?
Okay, it heals so bloody freaking fast.
I feel my
That we can't really do much about it.
Do I feel warm to you?
Rebirth awaits me.
I can see that this combat is gonna be a royal pain in the ass.
Let's go.
You know, they heal so bloody fast. Can't actually stop that from happening. What's the trick, basically?
I feel.
Don't see anything else.
I'm on it.
Okay, there was another dire weaver back here. Well, that might explain it then. Because the weaklings should not nearly be this tough. Quite frankly. Of course, if they are teleporting around.
To alarm you, but I'm slowly dying.
Yeah, very understandable statement.
That's it.
This is really the sort of combat where it's like, I don't want to deal with this. Let's see if the other ones are any better and we do this one last, because pain. Like, how can we make this fight annoying as possible? As annoying as near humanly possible. And the answer is, well, just like this. Okay, this one also already sounds like a pain. I guess every challenge from now on will be a royal pain in the ass. Feel my motivation dropping quite a bit.
Though lumbering and erratic, the ooze is a creature well adapted to its environment. Are you equally?
Mind yourselves. The scent of ooze never washes out. Hey, watch out.
This ends here.
Already dying of poison. I know.
This is futile.
That's it.
Goes a bit better already.
not too alarming, but I'm slowly dying of poison.
They actually get rebirth out of that, eh?
Say your prayers.
Okay. So we kill them and we get less out of it. I see. That wouldn't be really a problem. As far as I'm concerned, at least. Well, maybe a bit poisonous. Easy enough.
Though your foe claimed a fortified position, you emerge victorious.
I did. Pretty damn good if I do say so myself.
If the Watcher of Cadnua is participating in the Crucible, then perhaps we have some reasonable hope of a worthwhile challenge.
Maybe. Now what struck your mind as you walked by a gang of 5 warriors, some wearing expressionless faces, the others poorly veiled smiles. The presumptive leader of the gang stares at you with an unerring focus. He is likely the source of the mental communication. Well, if you're urging for a fight, we can take this into the arena.
Soon enough, Watcher.
The lead member of the group cocks her head to the left. Gaza mimicked the gesture moments after.
We are the Quiet Five.
Not so quiet,
Many
are you?
have come to this island seeking victory, but we possess skills and training beyond mere strength of arms.
Kinda figured as much when you tried to, telepathically communicate with me.
Never before has a group come so perfectly prepared for the patronage of the Seeker.
Imagine yourself brutally murdering the 5 warriors in vivid detail. Puffs and clear throats murmur through the group, though no words are spoken or heard in your mind. The reader raises a hand and slowly closes it into a fist.
Cute. Savor your little fantasies. When we are thrown into the Crucible together, we will dispatch you with equal fervor.
Quiet head. Turn from you as one. Try to watch the arena's applause. I will murder you most profoundly. I basically made you a promise on that.
My contesting friend. I have a thing you may... Ah, my friend returns. You have acquitted yourself well in your searches, and Toamawai would have you go forth from Kazawari to hunt artifacts elsewhere in the Deadfire. The seeking face whispers of a smooth sphere of Adra, polished in the ocean's depths. Found and lost a dozen times, it is sunken to the bottom of Nekataka, to the ruins below. To claim it from the creatures within the sinkhole, however, one needs keep the Seeker's lessons in mind. That the lure serves the hunter as aptly as the spear. Will you take up this hunt?
I'll think about it.
Well, if not you, perhaps another. Good hunting, my friend.
Why is this getting ever bigger? Okay, let's make a save. Let's accept this challenge. And then we have to go back to Nigataka, apparently. Ugh. Now I make it easier, I guess.
Our contenders will now face an enemy defined by its formlessness, all but immune to unfocused aggression. Seek the weakest link among the prey, for your foes will not be as flimsy as their appearances suggest.
These things are best fought from a distance. Be careful. I shall deal with this one.
And I can already see who I'm supposed to kill.
After him.
And you always have to kill the one who doesn't have a shield, eh?
Step into the light.
That I can't really see well because they're all clumped together nicely.
Let's go.
This is gonna make this a lot harder than it needs to be. And you are the one. Really hard to tell sometimes who's the one who has the shield and who is the one who does not have the shield. Come on, kill it. Kill it.
You like that? After him.
And the next one. I mean, this fight at least is easily enough to understand, I suppose. Kill the ones without the shield. Okay. Understood. Understandable. Very understandable. Oh, let's kill the last one. See? Understandable. Very much understandable.
Even a formless enemy has weaknesses. Seek the frailty in your prey, and victory will never escape your grasp.
Well, point being, it worked, and that's all I need to know. Leads me directly back to the spiders, though. Might actually change the difficulty for that one and just get it over with, basically. Because it sounds like a royal pain in the ass, doesn't it? To step away from the blood-scented chaos of the arena and into the darkened antechamber. Sense a lurking presence. Does not unlike stepping through a cobweb.
Again and again, you stand victorious in this sacred place.
Indeed I do. Shimmering form of the woman you saw in the forest coalesces from the shadows.
It seems no weakness escapes your attention. No advantage goes unclaimed.
Which is untrue, because if I wanted all of the advantages, I would have just put the difficulty down to the lowest level for all of them. Which, technically speaking, would be the highest possible advantage I can have.
We are not unimpressed.
You said we. Who else do you mean?
This place was my life's work, but never was I alone. We desire only your success. When you fed of conflict and suckled on blood, the souls shall sing as one. Rouse them, and they will open the way to us.
It's so important that I'm victorious. Why would the Crucible allow for me to lose?
The Crucible is not in accord with itself. It knows neither what it wants, nor what it needs.
What a useless contraption, then.
Anyone could rouse the souls here, but only a watcher can reach us through them.
Well, I kinda met someone like you in the Valley of the Boars.
The surviving face, an individual only bested by time. So long as the Crucible exists, I suspect they will be here. Stubborn, yes, but constant.
Oh, the other places used to be living beings.
As was I. But life is not equivalent to existence. You know this well, do you not?
Just who the fuck are you then?
The architect, the spinner of this web, the one who sought endlessly and then beyond.
Well, that turned out great for you, didn't it?
We are all many things to many people. To you, I am the seeking face, and a guide, if you'll accept it.
I encountered another of your kind after defeating the leading of the Stelgir in the Love Welt.
The slaying face, the very image of Tuamawai's rage, a lifelong disciple of carnage. beware his fury.
Well, considering I'm on an island built by cutthroat competition, seems safe to assume you're using me.
I openly lure you from one danger to the next. Certainly, the Crucible means more to me than your safety and well-being, but for now, they are one and the same.
Well, great.
My hopes rest upon you. It is in my interest, and that of Kazuwari, that you succeed. The contenders fall away in screams and lamentation. A champion will soon emerge. Ready yourself. The Lord of the Hunt abhors the ill-prepared.
Another chat with the faces?
The Seeking Phase specifically.
Strange. I didn't see or hear anything. Perhaps you're more attuned to them now. Or maybe it's because you're among the stones of the Crucible.
Who knows?
Regardless, you seem to be on the right track. Keep at it.
Well, I mean, it kind of was the plan anyway. Now then, back to deal with.
Ah, Watcher. I hear tale of another. Welcome.
What is it this time?
Can be of service. Friend,
New rumors?
rare is the hunter as interested in the past as the present. It warms my heart to find a spirit as kin to mine own as you. The Seeking Face approves of your investigations. It whispers now of an ear that hears tell of what is to come. The divinations can be sold for copper among the trinket mongers of Nekataka. The spider would have you claim that ear for your own. You now know, as I know.
This is gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay, let's make it. I came and deal with those spiders by cheating most profoundly, basically. But hey, I'm honest about it. Honestly, considering just so many fights are still in my near future, I kind of feel like, you know, saving some time. Now the question is, on the most easiest, can I just deal with the small spiders? Can I deal enough damage to them? Yeah, I know.
Try not to burn them. Perhaps we can harvest the silk.
This ends here. Watch it! Glory be to God!
Okay, so we can reasonably do some damage to him. That's gonna make this a lot easier, I think. Yeah, killing one of them cruises more small ones. Jesus Christ, the Yidwin just murders them. Given half a chance, that is. Most brutally. And Idwin alone is going to murder it. It's like, I'm immobilized, it can't move, but it doesn't matter. They will all die now. Like, even those fucking dire weavers seem to be healing. Oh, what a fucking pain this is. Yeah, it's just really the sort of combat that is really, really annoying. Okay, everybody focus on one of them at a time. Better, a lot better. Run faster! Do it! Deal with the freaking spider! I don't want to deal with the fucking spiders any longer. I hate the spiders. Actually, no, I hate this particular combat encounter very much, so. It's precisely set up to be as annoying as it can be, which means I want to get it over done with. As bloody fast as I can. Okay, Mr. Mage.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly dying. Poison.
Could you not die there, please? But don't die of poison just yet.
Let's go.
Okay, last little one. Please tell me it's over. Oh, God bless it. I don't want to do this ever again. Nope, not at freaking all. Just putting it mildly.
It's not enough to find the flaw in your enemy. One must also know how to unweave their advantages.
I mean, yes.
Excellent hunt, Watcher.
Which means you're totally a pro of me cheating. Heck, I should cheat more.
You have proven your cunning, Watcher. And we deem you
Sadly, I
worthy
don't...
to compete
Actually, I don't know if
for
you can
my
actually cheat in this game, and I don't care, quite
Seek
frankly.
the pool of memories when you are rested and ready to continue your hunt.
Uh-huh. That's good to know. But we also have artifact hunts to do now, and I feel like those will be a pain. And it's putting it mildly, actually. It's gonna be a real pain. Also, I have the feeling that we will fight a giant flaming monstrosity at some point, just going off the fucking picture. You find yourself again facing the efficient, coordinated movement of the Quiet Five.
You may be the challenger, but we are the chosen. Expect no easy victory today, Watcher of Cadnua, and no mercy.
For a Quiet type, you sure do talk a lot. Quiet Five stare at you, expressionless and silent. Apparently they didn't get the joke.
Let us not keep the public waiting. They do so love their sport.
Uh-huh. Now, will we get another artifact hunt? I wouldn't be surprised, actually. 2 more quests just sitting and waiting in Nikitaka.
Back. I hope I can be of service, friend.
I retrieved an artifact sacred to the faces of the hunt.
Well done. The final step is to place the offering into the pool of memories. I leave.
Sure. Contest of the Seeker. The Quiet Five are not known for mincing words, or using any words that, for that matter. A group of ciphers lives and trains year-round as a single unit, and the amount of silent communication enables them to fight as a cohesive, coordinated threat. You may qualify for all 3 contests, Seeker, Slayer, and Survivor. You may only participate in 1. Okay, so I can qualify for all of them, but I can only do 1 of the contests. Okay, let's just get those out of the way, and then I guess we'll do the artifact hunting, because that's going to once again have us travel probably all through the Deadfire. Sounds pleasant, doesn't it?
A true Slayer can finish a fight even when robbed of their advantages and forced to improvise.
Uh-huh.
Luck is for the weak. May the most savage win.
He screams at me, "Roar, savage!" What does that even mean?
Oh hell, I was used to that shape.
It's like, yeah, we got turned into creatures, didn't we? Monsters. One of us is an ooze. Jody's an ooze. That was fun, though. Nice. Okay, I didn't see that one coming.
Even denied your core strengths, you bring glory to the Slayer. Your ferocity transcends form. Most impressive.
Most impressive indeed, isn't it? And plus an impressive little thing. See? I'm pretty sure we're gonna face that one at some point. Flaming, it's big, it looks ugly. And dangerous. Also hot. Very hot. Like burning hot. Not good.
If it isn't the Watcher.
The man's voice rings out in a rich baritone. Despite its warmth, the warrior's eyes are narrow and discerning.
Taller than I expected. But no bother. If this is our competition, victory is ours for the taking.
Fold your arms, flex your muscles, say nothing.
Oh, fantastic. Another group of silent freaks.
I'm just doing it to fuck with you.
We're the Dragon Stalkers, the reigning champions of the hunt. considering the game we normally hunt, kith like you are easy pickings.
Dragonstalkers. Not dragons. Plural. So you can only handle one? Sounds unimpressive.
I'll have you know we've slain 3 dragons. Tuamawai blessed our band, and soon all shall see.
Devil, your laughter. 3 whole dragons. Adorable.
And exactly how many dragons have you slain?
Well, I slew the other dragon that lives, I was living below my castle.
Whatever. Anyone can get lucky once.
Slew the magma dragon living at Magran's Teeth.
Big deal. So you've slain 2 dragons. Even sundials get lucky twice a day.
There was an Alpine dragon in the White March. Slew that one.
Okay, so you slew 3. Very impressive. We're all very impressed.
Well, I killed Neri, you know, the corpse dragon of the dead flow. Killed her a couple of times, in fact.
4? Well, that's remarkable.
He's losing.
That's more than we slew.
Very observant. Now keep your smarts to yourself.
I think that about covers the subject of dragons I've slain.
Okay, we have a fight to get to, so...
He's really losing his confidence quick. Heads bowed, faces pale, and mouths sealed, the warriors quickly walk past you, filing out into the arena. Though the crowd greets him with roaring applause, the Dragonstalkers appear stiff and uncertain as they enter into the arena. I totally murdered their confidant at least. That was fun. Really fun. Let's just try it, fuck's sake. Want to get this over with and get the artifact hunting done too. Because this is actually taking quite a long time, and honestly just having one fight after the other is getting kinda to me, to be fair.
Though smaller than the mighty Stelgar, the great felines of Aeora are deadly hunters. In a pack, they demand fear. Rock is for the weak. May the most savage win.
Alien creatures.
Sure they don't just want to be petted?
I don't know. There, but I hope they want to be petted. They're cute. That one doesn't know what it actually wants to do. Gidwin, come down here and murder this creature. It's attacking your healer. Gotcha. Gotcha murdered.
How might I assist?
Problem is it can use the same trick as we do.
Sure thing.
Okay, that one was relatively easy. Was that supposed to be this easy? Eh?
The Stelgar kin hunt well, but the Watcher hunts better.
That was surprisingly fair. For combat, I was expecting some sort of trap or something going off in the middle there, but maybe not. I feel confused. Yeah. The crowds continued, ovulation dims into a dull distant hum. The apparition you saw before flares into being before you.
Watcher, you do not embarrass yourself.
But for the moment I don't.
The competition may be weaker than seasons past, but I see victory boiling in your veins. We will be crowning you champion of the hunt.
You said we. What else do you mean?
Kazuwari thrives on the memories of countless warriors. Strongest among them are the faces of the hunt.
Oh, true enough.
And I am the strongest of the strongest.
So
This
you
place
claim at
is a
least.
trap. It lured me as it has lured you. Slayer knows slaying, not caring for spirits. That is Watcher's work. So you must be Slayer and Watcher both.
Oh, another. A woman in robes also revealed herself to me.
Seeking face is but a spider trapped within its own web.
I met someone like you in the Valley of the Boss. He chuckles quietly. A hateful, mocking sound.
He is not impressive, rarely won easily, but never bested. He was the only face to die of old age.
You know, I could just leave. The end hasn't wrapped me yet. Your mouthhold hisses like a cornered cat, lips curl back around burning teeth.
And we would name you coward. You would wear your shame as a mantle for the rest of your seasons.
Sure, had enough of
I
that.
will not stand between you and your prey. Go! Rend the weak until there is only victory. Until there is only you.
I will try that. The roar of the crowd returns to its thunderous volume as the apparition blurs into a soft violet red glow, before vanishing entirely. Not like such a pain in the arse, doesn't it?
Ah, Watcher. I hear tale of... Ah, my friend returns. You have acquitted yourself well in your searches, and Toamawai would have you go forth from Kazuwari to hunt artifacts elsewhere in the Deadfire.
What a pain in the ass that is gonna be.
The slaying face growls of the Kraken's eye and a coin heavy with lost lives. It came from here, and the faces would see it returned. It poses you no danger, I promise. Will you take up this hunt?
I'll think about it.
Well, if not you, good hunting.
Seems like a bit of a pain in the ass, doesn't it? Call of the Nag Shaman. Middle pits, contenders against the clutch of Poison Naga led by a mighty poison shaman capable of summoning reinforcements and enhancing the powers of its venomous allies. These fights can tend to be a bit annoying though. We still have 3 whole left.
Though Kith hunters flailingly imitate their methods, the Naga use venom as a master musician plays. Are you prepared for their performance? Rock is for the weak.
Yeah, you already said so. Rock is for the weak. We all baby.
Watch for their archers.
Archer.
Not too alarming.
Yeah, let's kill this one first. So far, so good. Now let's murder the one who's doing all of the bad things. Was that a double cost?
You like that?
That must have hurt.
So far, so good. Yeah, they're all like, we need to attack the mage. He has done horrible damages to us already.
Dizziness, tremors. Oh, I've been poisoned.
Oh, dealt with all of your little friends. Means they're still
Venom
good.
often offers only pyrrhic victory for those who pass them. Yet our contender lives to fight another day. Stelgo blood courses through your veins.
Oh, hello there.
But enough to mark you
The little Captain Drago. A long time no see. Well,
fight for my title.
not bad myself. I still have to do some work later on, so there's that. But you know, kind of bit of a bummer on the weekend, but that's the usual. Apart from that, playing games, having some fun. Not bad at all, I would say. How about you on this fine stuff for weekend? You feeling good? Having fun? Playing games? Well, it's the Dragon Slayers again.
Still alive? You lot are tougher than you look.
That's the guy who just recently got scared of me because I slew more dragons than you. Whoop.
Looks like you'll have the honor of being slain by the Dragon Stalkers.
Did you already forget about all those dragons I've slain?
No, just realized it didn't matter.
That's what I'd like to hear. Doing good is always a good thing. Well, obviously. Then it's just a matter of making the best of your time. Usually by playing games. Playing games is highly encouraged, I would say.
You slay dragons, we slay dragons. Means we're on even footing. Evener, anyway.
Well, or so you say, but I slew more dragons than you. Which is basically just like saying that my dick is a lot longer than your dick. Nope.
Regardless, the moment of truth comes anon.
Tell me, what are you playing as? Well, if you mean my most beloved little character, which is, you know, basically a returning one from the last chapter, and it's one of my standard characters.
I hear tale of another artifact.
This one. Now, usually I wouldn't play a paladin because in most D&D settings, paladins are just goody two-shoes and have no other option, because, well, they can't be paladins otherwise. In Pillars of Eternity, things are a bit different. Paladins can be quite a mixed bunch of alignment, let's just say. So I usually like to play, you know, Gold Pact Paladin, basically a specific kind of mercenary soul. And then I just let myself be, you know, a bit of a guiding hand, basically, in playing around however I see fit. Sometimes a bit evil, sometimes a bit good, sometimes, well, somewhere in the grey area, let's just say. Which I very much like to play. And let's go back to a very old rare character that I once had to play in a actual pen and paper D&D session, long ago. So that one was, as soon as it took the reins, not very long a paladin, let's just say. Then again, the campaign was doomed from the moment I joined anyway. Not because of me, mind you, it was doomed from the start. A bit of a nasty situation, that one. But yeah, that's why now. Nice looking, doesn't she?
For the reaping.
The main problem is
Sure.
pretty sure I got this picture from a friend of mine. Was like, here, you were looking for an armored woman picture, I found you one. I have no idea where that comes from. Which makes me feel somewhat, you know, so bad. If I play the game again in turn-based, I'll probably be a Paladin Cleric. And it's not a bad idea, mind you. What if the Pheromones of one enemy is disastrous, blah blah blah, fight a better corners against an overwhelming horde of constructs. From the enemy's ill-conceived foil, safe to even the odds. Sounds like a pain. Buddhism. But yeah, the Paladin class in this one, not only is it far easier to roleplay with, because it allows you a lot more freedom of choice, it's also, played right, pretty damn strong class. Plays very well as a secondary tank even, I'd say. The rest is honestly a matter of taste, I guess. I think the first time I played through it, I played as a, well, straight up warrior, I think. Single class, because, well, fuck all of this complicated nonsense of combining classes. Next I played a mage, and then I kinda ended up with this one. Indish playthrough.
You will be victorious. Good hunting.
Good hunting indeed. I need to slay a boar. Or boars. Multiple.
If they weren't summoned out of soul stuff, I'd say they'd be good eating.
Probably, yeah.
I saw them first.
Go forwards and murder them. So why do you only give me like 2 picks? That's really not much. Oh, there's another one.
Rather difficult to concentrate.
Well, I'd imagine so. What was that jumping you did just there? Let's not ask any stupid questions, shall we?
Yeah, I hear you.
Disengage!
After a time to separate
Better. We got the Grand Razorback and we got the Razorback Sow. Razorback Sow is dead anyway. Oh, and they get ever bigger. I see how you go. Yeah, don't waste your time with that. Use that one. This is not futile. This is most definitively not futile. I see how the trick goes, however. And the trick is not really impressive. Yep. Nice. Good old games. Honestly, I haven't done so in the past, little Captain Rago. I do highly recommend you playing the good old-fashioned Baldur's Gate 2. That one's fun. Really fun. It's old, mind you, and it can't hide the fact that it's old. And some people did kind of point out that the first Baldur's Gate with its, what was it, was that the 2.5 or was it still the 2.0 rule set, something like this? That's a bit meh comparatively speaking to the second one, but I disagree. I like the first one a lot better. Ah, I got a leg between your legs. My cat is watching me rather hungrily, going like, hey, I could eat something. How about you give me something? Can feel his piercing glare on my neck. Ah, cats. What an interesting little species, aren't they? Those feline ones. Smell of musk, mold, and urine. Nice. Oppose your senses as several bears approach. Thinking the mighty bears are their handlers. You're smelling of campfires and raw meat, each dressed in patchwork pelts. One of the bears sniffs at your approach, but remains hunted on 4 feet, its shoulders rise. Its fur stands on end.
Feel, don't you? Save it for the fight. You know it ain't polite to eat carrion.
I not consider myself carrion, though.
At least not before it's had a chance to flail about the arena a bit, huh?
Well, I would say keep a tighter leash on your beast unless you like Skurat beer.
Settle down now. Dojin's just being friendly.
Oh, a whole 2 on the dog.
Get your hackles
Nice.
up.
Sadly, you know, my hooded apartment is small as it is, and I think more than 1 cat would be a bit much. Then again, you know, can always go back to the family and see a lot more of cats and dogs. 2 more dogs. And technically speaking 3 more cats, although 1 has been moved to my cousin's apartment at this point.
This here's the Band of the Bear.
Surprisingly creative with your naming sense there. I would point out that I'm just as creative, usually.
Though you may have heard tell of us as the reigning chosen of the surviving face, the title we aim to defend.
Well, in that case, I look forward to feeding you to your own pets. My main curse looks I need a good meal.
Full up of big talk, then.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
Fortunately, the bears enjoy the taste of arrogance.
Yeah, I mean, there are many words I would describe my little cat with. Sweet is not so much amongst them.
Now we best be getting up to the arena.
We have a bit of a power
Fine
struggle,
line
a continuous
between
power struggle
building
going on.
anticipation and delaying
And
the
I do
event.
like to consider ourselves, you know, basically having a somewhat permanent ceasefire, most of the times. Bit of a wild one, that one. But hey, that's just how it is. And as we all know, pretty damn hard to change someone's personality after all, so yeah, I'm just gonna have to live with that, I suppose.
Ah, Watcher. I hear
Another one, eh?
my friend returns. You have acquitted yourself
Oh,
well in
that's
your
kinda sweet.
searches, and Tuamawai would have you go forth from Kazuwari to hunt artifacts elsewhere in the Deadfire.
Why am I not surprised?
The surviving face would teach a lesson. That persistence is not necessarily survival. Confused? Seek the altars of the dead in Nekataka, and I believe you will begin to understand. Will you take up this hunt?
I'll think about it.
Good hunting.
And is there any more fights we need to do? Probably yes. We have those all just to meddle against an overwhelming tide of ravaging ghouls. After Flesh and the Word of Mercy, the amounts of ghouls have been known to completely devour less capable continents. It looks like orgy of gift consumption. He's a glutton though. Yeah. My little one too. He is quite a bit of a glutton. Which has recently led to his stomach becoming rather rounded, which is why he's getting a bit less now. He does not approve of that. Quite a bit disagreement on that particular point from his side.
Fight and survive, or lay down your soul to sate their hunger.
Never.
Endure, and you will be victorious. Good hunting.
Yeah, I might try crying too, but since this does rarely work on me, and he does have a tendency to be a bit more, you know, scratchy about it.
Good thing I saw him first.
Ain't nothing left for you here. Let me show you the light.
Oh, then let's run away. The stronger ones in the front, the weaker ones in the back.
Let's do this.
Yeah, the positioning is not bad actually. Ah, he really doesn't understand that I'm doing it for his own good, you know. Really doesn't understand that. But, I mean, you know. Can't really help with that, I think. Bloody freaking vampires. That's not a ghoul, that's a vampire. That's a lot more problematic. Die, please. think he's using some sort of invisibility nonsense. As a cat is a glutton too. Anytime someone comes around, a little love crising.
After him.
Little smarty pants going like, if I just go to my bowl, they will understand that I need food. Ah, yes, cats. They can have very, very cute moments, can't they? But Sage, please die. Leave the stage. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. Heal thyself. That way he flew. A few more ghouls. At least now it's ghouls again. Ghouls are easy enough to deal with. Some of the others though, not so much. Many now. Get your smart too. They're like, I want more food. How do I get more food? I just need to get the giant cats that come around. Give me more food. They seem more willing, so why not? Last one. Go down, please. And you will lay next to where Sidor lay. His side of the bed. Quite the statement, isn't it? Yeah, if a letter mine has a tendency to, you know, claim my bed for his own uses too. I do know that feeling.
Good. This crowd clearly would see more of you.
We'll see about that. It's always nice, you know, when you wander late down in the evening and you didn't realize you get us there. So you take your blanket, you know, you want to just, you know, air it out a bit, give it a few good pushes, and then suddenly a cat falls out, rather perturbed by your indigression, just disturbing him. Yeah, cats can be very, very special about who they like to not. Who is allowed to pet them, of course. Because, you know, that's very, very important privilege that cannot be given to just about everyone. Needs to be very specifically chosen. See, that's why I like cats very much. Cats are very unique in their ways. In some ways a lot different than dogs, who tend to be quite a bit more friendly. In many cases.
How many desperate souls have spent the last shred of their existence in futile attempts to end yours?
Let's not talk about it, because the number is far too large and I don't like counting up that fucking hoy.
Still, you endure.
Ooh.
As each strike of the stone sharpens an obsidian blade, so too does each battle chisel away one's imperfections.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Until only the will to survive remains.
What imperfections? Rampant modesty is hardly a flaw.
Not all weaknesses are physical. They will open a path only to a champion. And only a watcher can walk it.
I encountered another one of your kind after dealing with this girl.
The slaying face, the embodiment of Tawamawai's passion for the kill.
He sometimes makes me pet him to get him to eat. Sometimes he wants me specifically to give him his threats by hand. Yeah. A bit of a spoiled one, isn't he?
He was one of the rare champions to achieve victory in the Crucible.
That's kind of something we mostly bring about ourselves, isn't it? Because, well, we play the game to their liking, so they will continue playing the game. Also, there was a woman in robes also revealed herself to me.
The seeking face lurks above the slaughter she helped create.
Spoiled rotten, but that's kind of how most pets tend to end up with most of the time. Can't really help to be a bit, you know, spoiling on those little creatures of feline nature. They're just that fucking cute sometimes. Before you realize it, it's like, well, shit. I will never get him to stop doing this now. Still. It is part of the cuteness. Cute little creatures, they are, indeed. Although...
The faces of the hunt.
That's very descriptive. Well, the more you tell me what's going on, the better I can assist you.
The heart of the crucible has clotted. The flow of souls has been choked.
Sounds like you need an expert. In plumbing, that is.
Those who perish here no longer feed Kazuwari their strength, but instead infest it with disharmony.
Oh, how bad that is, doesn't it?
But I am as a fish, attempting to describe the current. This will all be clear when seen with your own eyes.
And then probably fought with my own hands.
The deciding matches draw near. Fight with Tawamawai in your heart, and you will outlast all opposition.
And bye-bye. Now, let me get... we're probably gonna get another artifact hunt.
Ah, Watcher.
Yeah, of course.
I hear welcome. I hope I can be of service, friend. Rare is the hunter's the slaying face, which it desires the heart of an ancient warrior from its prison within a fortress of brass. You will know the orb by its size,
family members to death.
so say the faces of the hunt. The surviving face would have you seek a fellow survivor.
Still, it doesn't mean that all of them will just appreciate you for being responsible. Nope. It's the interesting thing about pets. They can be very choosy. Then again, since I am on my own now, my cat has no choice. It's either me or no one. Well, the rest of the family pets do have their favorites, though. To be fair, it's kinda how it happens.
Clinging to life in a harsh waste, alone among the shifting sands. Seek a stone there, forged in the heart of the world. You now know.
As I know. You, too, dear little Drago. No, as I know. And the other way around, of course. Now we can... No, we cannot, because we still have one left. It sounds like a pain in the ass. That's actually saved the game before, because that sounds like a pain fight. Yes, we're gonna try it. Then we have to leave the nice little island to sail all throughout the bloody Deadfire in order to find those bloody freaking artifacts. I don't want to. True enough.
Constructs resist all but the most grievous physical harm. So, the creator of these machines built a device to check his creations. Alas,
Did he now?
He failed to properly employ his invention. Endure.
Well, yeah, that was planning to endure. Okay, so I sometimes need to activate that.
Are the joints the optimum targets?
Attack!
You like that?
You should run away. Yes, should you.
It does not.
Disrupt the coil fugal. Okay, what happens if I attack this?
You got the decency.
Okay. Okay, I don't need to attack this, because if I attack it, it's actually bad for me. Also interesting enough, for that particular choosing, you don't really have much of an influence on it. Oh shit, one of them is too far away.
Let's go. Quick. Do something else. Ixie. On.
Just help dealing with that one.
I can
Well, to be fair, you know, before there's nothing, they do tend to be like, okay, I'm gonna take my second level too. Little egoists, a lot of them, but you know. Dish be how it is with cats. Cats be special.
That was about as useful as a bump on a pick.
Of course they are.
What can I hear you?
That's their scheme, you know, they will make you believe. Really attuned to living with humans, aren't they? Pep, 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 pep. Die, steel-clad construct. In Mortal Kombat, of course. Yeah, of course we are. I mean, you know, they're still cute, why wouldn't we? You just have a shot spot for the nice little small feline ones. Okay, you know I love that was a bit overkill for one construct, I will point that out.
What can I do? Sure thing.
One of them is really fast. Okay, let's go the other way then. You love, don't do this.
You like that?
You will get hurt. Relatively obviously.
Scarcely believe it.
Yeah, I can probably deal with the last few with ourselves, I hope. Should be one hell of a cute picture, that one. Cats. Yeah, let's see. How late is it? Not that late yet. I think my personal little kitty will get rather annoyingly direct about his need for food relatively soonish. It is after all almost snack time.
Have been contained. Well done, Watcher.
Well done indeed.
The boar is pleased.
That is great.
You have endured all threats, persevering where your lessers have faltered.
I mean, we now have the option of facing all of the contestants.
What it takes to be the chosen survivor. Return to the pool of memories and discover your resilience.
Yep, sure, by resilience. Yeah. But first I have to do some artifact hunting all over the fucking Deadfire. Was precisely what I, you know, worst case scenario expected to happen. Cause I kinda don't really feel like doing that. That's putting it mildly. Oh, it's the guys with the bears again.
Moment of truth, eh, girl?
Well, basically.
2 survivors enter. 1 survivor... well... survives, I suppose.
Well, who do you think will make the better ruck? Best pelt or yours? Archman blinks, then blenches. His mouth open, closes, then opens again as he searches for a response. And he just rubs the back of his head.
Yeah, I don't think I'd take kindly to someone talking about my friend that way either.
See you on the other side, huh?
Yeah, something like this, indeed. By their very nature, cats are rather possessive creatures. And they don't really like sharing. It's a concept that is very much alien to them, personally, I'd say. And then, do I want to face with the bear guys? The dragon stalkers? Actually, I want to probably deal with dragon stalkers because, well, I've already intimidated them to hell and back. And that was kind of fun. Like, how many dragons have you slain? Well, more than you. Now then, let us deal with the dragon stalkers. And murder them. They are indeed rather territorial.
Atop the bodies of the weak, our strongest warriors stand victorious.
Yes.
The time comes for all who could claim the title of the Slayers Chosen to assert their strength. The only contenders to survive our prior events are the Dragonstalker Pack and the Watcher. Which is the stronger? Into Wamawa's name, fight, maim, kill!
Yes, fight, maim, kill indeed. I'm gonna do it. You're just gonna jump back anyway.
Hear that, Watcher?
Idiots.
They chant for your demise. Let's give the people what they want, lads!
They fear us. They should.
They should indeed. Get into formation!
Let's go.
Now we attack. You do not attack like this though. Now let's do some major damage immediately. That was precisely what I was looking for. So far, so good. Cat actually likes a dog. Check his beds and looks let's I mean, I guess from the cat's perspective, it's just like, you know, a bigger cat. As long as it's not hostile, it's like, you know, I will accept your existence. I don't think cats have much of an understanding of the difference between the well, species, so to speak. So as long as they, you know, play nice, and I guess it's just looking at a bit of a retarded one who can't really speak, you know, properly, but yeah. Doesn't mean we need to be outright hostile to it now, do we? I do love the terrified bow. The terrified bow of terrifiedness. Very terrifying, as you can see. Really the sort of weapon you should keep around. Nah, I'm just gonna steal these solar systems for myself. Let's be a bit of an egoistical one. Mine. Drain the ambient essence from the air, setting it into your own body. Warmth spreads to the ends of your limbs as the south energy pulses through you. Shloop.
There's your answer.
Yes, there is.
Voices, sing to the Watcher's fury. Give praise to the Slayer's chosen. Sharpen your claws. Next, you will confront the chosen seekers and survivors. Return to the pool of memories. Every moment brings you closer to death.
It's a sort of statement that's like, yes, because every moment I grow older, of course every moment moves me closer to death. Well, either that or you know, are an immortal and you're like, well, screw you. It doesn't really matter to me how much time passes, I will live eternally anyway.
I shall.
Well then, I murdered some creatures. Question is, can I actually murder the other ones?
Welcome home, chosen of the Stelgar.
Yay!
You and the Slaying Face have established an accord.
Yeah, now, not because I wanted to, just because I wanted to, you know, slay those bitches of Dragonstalker origin.
May you cling to this title until a worthy contender wrests it from your corpse.
I wasn't really going to stay this long on this particular island, mind you.
This belonged to a prior chosen. I will come to claim it when you die. But until such day, may it bring you glory in battle.
Yeah, let's just quietly accept it and be like, well, I'm done with it.
The time has come then, for the grand champion of the hunt to be decided. Ready yourself for battle. Then gaze into the pool of memories. It shall reveal the final right. The battle that shall determine the champion of the hunt. May the greatest of the great achieve eternal glory.
Eternal glory, you say. Let's save the game and take a look. The pool of memories and see what else they have to offer for me. I mean, apparently nothing. This year, Seeker, Slayer, and Survivor Chosen have shown their merit. The time has come for these three teams to fight for the grand honor of Champion of the Hunt. Every pick for themselves in this free-for-all battle. Can I just sit at the sideline and wait until they kill each other? And then, you know, deal with whoever's left, because that would be the smart move. So do I have now to face the other teams too? Yeah, of course I have.
The culling is complete. We have at long last the three strongest packs of this season.
Well, yeah.
And now they shall fight. The pack that remains will be the champions of the hunt.
Also far so good.
For the glory of away.
I think I've played with this particular scenario a bit too long, haven't I?
Swiftest, smartest pack triumph.
Begin the hunt!
So where am I positioned? Yeah, of course I'm smack dab in the fucking middle of all of them. Oh, what a pain. The faces of the Huns' words seem to echo within the rising applause from the crowd. Voices melding into one another until the air veritably vibrates with the sound. It is when you realize the pit at your feet is actually vibrating. The band of the bear rests comforting hands on their animals as they look to Riza's side for the next threat. The steady vibration escalates into turbulent trembling. Chosen raise hands to either side, keeping their feet despite the unsteady ground. The center of the arena explodes. A massive column of swirling water rises before you, lifting the middle of the arena high into the air. Water rains down, cascading across the dry stone ground, meeting the rising water at the edges of the fighting pit. As I chose a shout and gesture, the words stolen by the rush of water. They've come to the same conclusion you have. The arena is flooding. They shout at you, gesturing up into the air. Look! Rope! See a pair of thick, heavy ropes dangling from the edges of the platform. They whip wildly, buffeted by the titanic column of swirling water that holds the center of the arena aloft. The movements preternaturally coordinated. The quiet five fall into the water and swim hand over hand toward one of the ropes. Oh, let's see, something's happening. I see the little Captain Drago has been following as of this moment. Well, that's very nice of him. We appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Ah. It's getting a bit confused because there's a giant column of water apparently in front of him. Try to beat him to it. Push against the water, resorting to swimming as it rises to shoulder height. When the bear pursues the second rope, coaxing the unwilling animals towards the massive vortex of water. Yet the animals are like, nope, nope, nope. It's up to the quiet five, but they have a head start. Let's freeze the water around them. The temperature plummets as the water hardens around your adversaries, locking them in place. Cheating most profound. You achieve the rope first. You can barely make out the other rope through the swirling column. The band of the beer struggled with the other rope, trying to determine how to get the beers up it. Climb the rope. At your ascent, your muscles straining against a roar's pull, you hear shouts and splashing below you. The flooded arena splashes and surges around the quiet five. An incredibly huge grub rises from the water to face them. You refocus on climbing. It takes minutes of hard effort, but you pull yourself up the rope to the platform above. It's surprisingly stable, and the audience applause overcomes the roar of the spinning water. Sweating profusely, Olaf grabs for breath. Olaf was injured. The band of the beer pull themselves and the beers, however they managed that, onto the raised floor and race to meet you. How the fuck did they manage to get the beers up here? My idea was kind of like, okay, if we go after the Quiet Five and we get them out of the picture, then we wouldn't really have a problem because they can't bring their beers up here. But apparently, they can. Don't ask me how. It should be physically impossible. But, you know, apparent impossibilities are nothing to concern this game with. Game's like, nope, nope, nope. This is totally how it's supposed to be going. Summon another ally, because we are kinda outnumbered here. I don't really like being outnumbered. Brother Ranger. He is terrified. And he shall be ever so terrified from this day forth. Raised Brother Oscar. I don't think he has much of a choice. He will die. Yeah, I think this is basically over. Well, this fight it is. There's still whatever is left of the Quiet Five, I suppose. You catch your breath, turning from the fallen bodies of your foes and into the audience's roar. Faces of the Hunt, voice joins them, rolling across the arena like thunder. The drake swoops down over the arena, adding its own howling challenge to the cacophonous din. With powerful strokes of its wings, it raises higher before turning directly towards you. Descends, Doors readied. Hanged more gaping. Very magical counterattack. Out of knots and begins to chant, calling upon the energy for a mystical counter-strike. The loft ducks to the side, resolve breaking before the oncoming beast. Bullshit. You're not fast enough. The Drake's flame pours over and around you, tearing away your flesh and hair, blistering your gear and stealing your breath. Don't know whether the screams you hear are your own or someone else's. The flames subside as the Drake circles for another attack. You're nearer the edge of the platform now, however, nearer the ropes down. Complete success. Tightly gripping the rope, you carefully lower yourself down as the Drake sweeps in for another pass. A muscle tighten as you swing out of the reptile's path, its passage steering the air around you. Corpses of the colossal grub lay curled in the water, its thick carapace rent and bloody. One grapplings eating at the larger creature's flesh. Quiet 5, or the Quiet 4, silently examine the results of their violent work. As your adversaries for this final round, looking rather battered and bruised, turn toward you. Faces of the hunt voices echoes through the arena, silencing the crowd. A pity, booms the slaying face. Only 2 remain. Only one can persist, the surviving face notes. The other must fall. Question that remains as which, seeking face observes, was little more than a whisper on the edge of hearing. Let the greatest prevail, slaying face roars. That's gonna be interesting. Very interesting even.
Yeah, well, don't see why not. Could be
Now, has this reset? Yes, it has reset.
This ends here.
Now, let's once again go for the master attack. It's like, this is not very helpful. No, this is very helpful. As you can see, it is impressive.
Never you mind that miss. I'll land the next one.
Well, you're dead. Soul energy swirls about you, pressing heavily against my esoteric senses. Slight exhaustion of will, you can direct the ambient essence to myself. Taking that into myself again, because I can.
The hunt concludes. Raise your voices in glory to these, the champions of the hunt!
Nice.
When you tire of the adulation, return to the pool of memories. Humaire will see to your coronation.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Very nice even.
May you defend the title for as long as your strength deserves it.
I'm sure that's be a long time. Attend the coronation in the Hall of Memories. Sure. Was a bit of an eventful last final round.
Indeed.
Now then, where can I actually rest? I'm pretty sure there was an inn somewhere. Yeah, I think it was this one. But we do need to heal. I mean, I am wearing the belt, aren't I? Oh no, I'm not wearing the belt again. A great game.
Hey, that's not bad.
This again, eh?
Adotra, Telehumare told me that you are to...
Shh, she can hear.
Our beds are... Of course.
Let me rest, please. Yeah. Let's rest with money. I was wondering why this wasn't filling up. This area is really, you know, tempting me.
Approach, honored champion.
Lifts a helmet stealth with spider legs, borders against silver creatures, eh? Butted in a shark-toothed smile, she crowns your head with the helm.
By the authority of Tawamawa and the souls of Kazuwari, you are declared the champion of the hunt. From this day forth, You are the envy and the ambition of every...
Yeah, and what's going on here? I will need to look at this at a later date, because, well, it's annoying. I don't want to deal with this yet.
Yours is the burden and the joy of defending this proud title.
Did anyone doubt me?
Now, to anoint you in the pool of memories, that the souls of this place may share in your triumph. Clear your mind. Lower your head into the waters and open your eyes to that which the faces choose to show you.
So, this is how I speak with the faces? Anoint yourself in the waters. You kneel before the ancient stone font, and a feeling like static electricity tickles your face. So what will I see? You take a breath and submerge your face into the pool. The surface of the water gives way only reluctantly. Energy playing across it, trickling your senses. The tendrils of soul energy before you lick your features, probing your nostrils, ears, eyes, and lips for any point of ingress. Rub around your head, soft caress initially, soon tensing, rigidly grasping and pulling you deeper, too deep. Interpret the sensation. You spread your focus on the energies of the pool, you glean nothing from it save the sensation of being dragged inexorably under. Surrender. Your chest tightens and your blood runs cold, rushing through your ears. Or perhaps it's the flow of the water past you that you hear. Or perhaps you fall ever deeper into the ancient pool. The current calm. You feel the cold wet against your face, within your ears. Your hands grip rough stone. Your feet rest on solid ground. Warm air steers the hairs on the back of your neck. You straighten and withdraw your head from the pool. Ooh, we got teleported somewhere else, eh? Let's see where we end up at. Well, in no man's land. Not really unsurprising.
Feels real sticky. Like something breathing on your neck.
Yeah, that's what the in-between does to you usually.
Enough of that now. It's time. The axe is sharp. She won't feel a thing.
No, please. This one is my friend. There are other sows. Why not slaughter them?
Who knows?
The other sows will be eaten too. If we are to survive the winter, there must be a fat larder and few mouths. Come, enough of this childishness.
Well, that's kinda how it is. In winter. It just feels as smooth as driftwood. Blood is still wet. Throned in a stylized boar helm, a staffed and sinewy armor kneels in quiet contemplation. All manner of scars and burns hasten at their arms, and strangely unkempt hair dribbles from the collar of the helmet.
You fight with the fury of Tuamawai in all his forms.
Yeah, I'm just that good.
I am Uruke, the surviving face. I wish that I could welcome you under better circumstances. I wish to see you return to your proper place. But the other faces conspire against us.
So, who are you exactly?
I came to this island when I was very young. It was a time of chaos and suffering throughout the Dead Fire.
Yeah, so like basically every time, because the Dead Fire is not really a nice place to be in, you know.
I endured the remainder of my life in this inhospitable place. A very long life. All of it spent as nature would will it. Now I am as you see me, the most enduring of the faces of the hunt.
So what the fuck are even the faces of the hunt?
We are talons shared upon one clawed hand.
I was just about to say, how about you stop it with the fucking nonsense metaphors and go for the actual facts? I ask you what the fuck you are, I wanted a precise answer. Are you some ghost? Are you some fucking culmination of souls or any other such nonsense? Don't give me that metaphorical crap again. Jesus Christ, people, you really don't know how to ask for help, do you?
Though possessed of our own names, our own eyes and minds, we have united in purpose.
That don't exactly explain things.
You tell her, Shorty.
We serve Tuamawai and care for his crucible.
Oh, where am I?
This is Tuamawai's domain. One of the great hunter's many dens in the beyond.
So, okay, I'm in one of Gallavain's domains this time. Okay.
Here, the souls of those who fought and died in his honor may rest until the time of need, when Tuamawai will absorb their cunning and feast on their might.
Good, since I know now for sure that this is a place of one of the gods, how can I break it?
Though you could not walk there from here, you are, in a fashion, still on Kazuwari. This place exists within and beneath its great statue. From here, we oversee the Crucible Games.
How would I return to the here?
Wahami, the Slaying Face, has destroyed the flow of souls. To leave this place, you must subdue him. His desecration must be undone.
Sorry about your pig, by the way.
My pig? Watchers all see the past and present of souls muddled as one.
That I do, it's kind of my job.
I appreciate the condolence. She was a good friend, but only the first of many I outlived.
So why precisely who brought me here?
It was not me who lured you here. The others would use you to escape this place. They mistake it for a prison. I would prefer that be prevented.
So how did the Slaying Face destroy the flow of souls then? Very important question. Yaruku points to what at first appears to be a stalactite, a stalagmite, Badra, nearly touching. Chunks of essence rich stone floating around that leave little doubt that this was once a singular pillar.
Wahami shattered the spine of souls. Now, those who perish in the Crucible do not move on to meet the wheel. They clog this place, or they linger above. Regardless, they wail and rage. It seems utter madness to violate this place. But now I know he longs to escape. Or perhaps only to avenge himself on Tuamawai.
Well, I mean, that's kinda getting to a point where I am very much appreciative of him.
Perhaps your arrival is the Hunter God's reply.
So he seeks to escape. Why you do not?
Leave this place? How then would I serve Tuamawai? He chose me to embody his will to survive. And it is a role I shall proudly enact for all eternity.
So why should I trust anything you're telling me?
Trust is for prey. But ignore my words and you will remain here forever.
Yeah, I kinda doubt that.
A straightforward enough reply.
Galloway actually want me away. He sent you a giant lizard instead.
Then he has decided to punish us all. Strange to have so little time.
You really don't lose your patience, do
having
you?
had so much.
Such is the nature of endings. Never truly believed until they arrive.
Good point.
Wahami's grip on the flow of souls must be loosened. After that, well, you are a watcher.
I am indeed.
Hope that you know more of these things than I do, and can repair the damage the Slaying Face has wrought.
Maybe.
Axika, the Seeking Face, also resides in this place. She may know how best to handle Wahami. If not, then the Slaying Face will certainly understand violence. Indeed. I'm sure he'd prefer it.
Yeah, not a question. Well, you know, get right onto that.
Take your time. It is only the fate of Kazuwari and your soul in the balance.
Yeah, I love blackmail.
Why guide your hunt?
I always love blackmail. His fingers fidget with the hem of his outfit. His nose is pressed into a thin frown. Gives you a familiar, uncertain look, as if he's trying to figure out what to say. I seem troubled. Care to discuss it?
Earlier, I told you how confident I felt in your sense of direction. How you've borne your burdens.
Well, yeah.
But lately, you don't seem to recognize the gravity of the situation before you. That troubles me.
What do you mean?
Chasing Aethys and treating with the leaders of Deadfire has put you in a position of incredible responsibility.
True enough.
I know you care deeply about a great many things. You're certainly not shy about expressing it. I only wish you took your role more seriously. It so often seems you're oblivious to the lives that depend on you.
Not really. I'm just taking it with, you know, grain of salt.
Or unconcerned by them.
Oh, what are you asking of me?
We both know the choices before us aren't always clear or simple. I only ask that you give them due attention.
Well, I'll do my best, Olaf.
No more than any of us can do. Well, thank you for hearing me out. This is a great weight off my chest. Nekataka may be divided, but its people look to you.
They
I
do.
can only hope you keep that in mind.
Well, I will relatively keep it in mind, yes. Much as I can.
Island belongs to my empire. All will be built according to my command.
Worry not, Your Majesty. Our nation has supplied Kazuwari with the best architects to have ever graced Deora. The site will be a marvel for the ages.
There will be no debate. This place will be built by Hawana hands and minds, or not at all. I will hear no more of it.
Oh,
I am certain a compromise can be found. If I might be dismissed, I will notify my superiors at once.
Well, seems a certain discord was always present, I suppose.
Copper lines here and here. Make certain you lay them deep. The floor will inevitably sustain damage, and we can't have someone seeing the conduits.
I can build it however you want, but if they find out, they'll never trust us again. Our work at Okaizo would be doomed. What if Wano workers visit the site when we're laying the stone? What if someone...
Okaizo will mean nothing if we cannot prove out our theories here and now. You worry about the masonry. I'll worry about the Hwana.
Of course, some shit has been going on. Long hair and gone of Exia. But slowly, despite the lack of wind, this corner of the beyond. Face and features appear more defined here. You see now her rugged posture and wrinkles, watched by decades of worry and frustration.
Hello again, Watcher. I apologize for the strangeness of our meeting place and the brusqueness of our invitation.
Yeah, kinda a bit brush, wasn't it?
You stand within the Crucible's heart. As one of the stewards of this place, it pains me to admit that you've caught us in a state of floundering weakness.
Yeah, first thing first, who the fuck are you exactly?
Besides the seeking face, you mean?
Precisely.
I am Axica. I designed the Crucible. I am responsible for it.
You did a terrible job, didn't you?
Ah, the soul of an ancient animancer. Fantastic.
Well, I take it the broken pillar is to blame for the unquiet souls you may have mentioned.
In his desperate flailing to escape, Wahami smashed the pillar. Now the flow of souls through this place is choked, and the Crucible...
Oh, great.
Doomed. But now you're here, and I imagine the gods follow on your heels.
Well, the actual Gilloway is on his way here, with a very big lizard.
That is not ideal.
I'd imagine.
By severing the Crucible's connection to the rest of the Beyond, Wahami has limited Galawain's influence on Kazuwari. I can only imagine that he has sent an agent to reclaim it by force. His beast will drench Kazuwari in blood.
Probably yes, it's kind of what he does.
But first, he will destroy this statue and all within it, the two of us included. Another reason, Watcher, why you must stop Wahami.
Oh, how long ago was this built? What sort of inspiration did Watchers like me provide?
A Watcher can seek souls in the in-between, but more curiously, those souls can see them back. The mechanism within the Crucible attempts to replicate that signaling property, only without a mortal body that is susceptible to death or disease.
Almost reminds you of somebody, don't she?
Yes, very insightful, Dawnstar. Now, return to your glowing bauble and leave the discussion to the adults.
Every hunter chases Galawain in their own way. Mine was to have Galawain come to me.
So this place is one giant trap for the souls of those who lose at combat.
Do I hear an accusation in your words?
Not
to a
yet.
hunter, or a god of hunting, the term trap is no pejorative. But yes, we designed the Crucible to capture the essence of those who met defeat here, and some of the power of the victorious. Within the Crucible, today's hunters may learn, firsthand and without coddling, the lessons that slew hunters of the past.
So why didn't you want to warn knowing your true plans for this place?
What do you mean?
For you appear to saw a glimpse of your past, you spoke to the king as well as your assistant. Or just stare pointedly. Use the name Galawain, but others dare use Tuamawai. Why?
Tuamawai was a mythic figure among the ancient Tuana, a great three-headed monster, the greatest of all predators. We featured it prominently in our designs here on Kazuwari, in part to appease their overbearing king. Over time, Galawain bent the figure to his purposes. He may have stolen its identity, but in doing so, he granted it a kind of godhood.
Interesting. So, the Zoo Collection, is that somehow to blame for the island's oversized wildlife?
I don't see how. Not if the energies are consumed or stored. If they're somehow returned to the island, however.
That this place also serves as an island of bounty proved an unintended but desirable outcome.
I see.
You may have noticed that Kazuwari is overrun with beasts of unusual size. Animals touched by Galawain.
Once or twice.
Indeed.
Such creatures were not of this island prior to the Crucible's construction. You could say it was made in your image, in a manner of speaking.
Oh, nice to know. Not my preferred image, but well, let be as it is. If others left the posting here, was where Amai's attempt the first?
No. We were the first set to this task. Always us three. I cannot imagine it any other way. It may not even be possible to leave. But Wahami will try.
I am the Slayer champion. He will listen to me. I'm his champion.
I fear that your patron has moved beyond reason. But if anyone can command his respect, it is his chosen.
Indeed.
Know that he lives up to his role as the slaying face. Be on your guard, Watcher.
I will be.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Your spider eyes glisten with moisture as they observe you. Bam, you murdered someone. You murdered another one. You just like murdering things, don't you? The slaying face's form coalesces around his crackling smile. The space features lack the fine details of its living visage. Its razor-sharp teeth appear bright, opaque, and far more solid than anything else in this realm.
The champion of the hunt. You make me proud. Prove me right. And now you will set me free.
Potentially.
The Lord of the Hunt has the greatest of honors for you. Immortality! The strength and fury will live forever. You will speak for Tawamawai. You will become as a god.
Yeah, well, I don't really think the Lord of Dawn wants to see more of me.
Tawamawai would not have guided your slaughter were this moment not meant to be. You have earned this prize. You have earned eternal life. Take it.
Well, you know, I think I'm going to help you. You're kind of mistaken.
But you are stuck here. Why not accept the honor of becoming one with Tawamawai?
Because I don't want to.
I will even let you fix the River of Souls. Then we gaze into each other as only watchers can. Until I wear your living hide and you walk the heavens.
It ain't going to happen, my friend.
When I walk in your body, I will adapt, will be free, will hunt Eora once more!
Nope.
Is that even possible? Seems a bit early in y'all's courtship for that.
Yeah, basically.
Ain't nobody ever taught you how to ask politely?
And if I refuse?
Would be easier if you relent. But Tawamawai would not disapprove if we settled this by force.
I kind of figured as much.
I've always enjoyed an actual challenge. I will best you. Will hold you to the ground.
Well, you know, one of us has to relent at this point, and it's ain't gonna be me.
So we must settle this with strength. Tawamawai would have it no other way.
Defend yourself. Let's end this properly.
A test of might is what Tawamawai would want.
It is indeed what he would want, wouldn't he? Which is, you know, one of the reasons why I don't really like to give him that, but... But what can I do?
That's it! You will be mine, Watcher.
I get stabbed in the back by some asshole.
After him.
I do not appreciate getting stuck in the back. Not at all, put it mildly.
Did I do that?
Now, let's murder her.
Let's go.
Murder, murder, murder. Lots of murder. Come on.
Rather difficult to concentrate.
We have become fractured, turned upon ourselves.
Indeed. Lift the metallic shard from the dissipating corpus of Huihami and press it into your hands.
Still, I am thankful for your intervention, albeit deeply ashamed of our conflict.
You do know that Ekshi, whatever fucking nonsense name has attacked me?
Strange. I wonder why. Perhaps there was more to it than we knew. All that remains is for the flow of souls to be restored with the tooth of Tawamawai. With that done, you should be able to leave this place. Live well, champion of the hunt.
I have little trust in that. That looks like the way out. The completed circuit, Slums of the Flower Souls. You sense strong feelings of joy, despair, and everything in between resonating on the Adra as the essence streams through it. Into the flow, sensations become almost auditory. Cries of relief, tears of happiness, screams of agony, all echo at the edges of your senses. They melt together into an incoherent chaos. It rushes past your ears, as swept against the current by the gravity of your physical form. Let's use the tools to again cut the crucible off from the beyond. Returns the power of the tools of Tuamai back on the path you've just come from. You choke it closed, once again closing the way from the here to the beyond. Zori will again be as you found it. Slam into your body, as if falling from a great height. Wake with an involuntary gasp. Find Angari looking down at you. Welp. Angari helps you to your feet. Nomoa's large palms are surprisingly rough and dry. Pulls back, looking at your hands in blank surprise.
Where did that come from?
You hold the tooth of Tomorari in your grasp. Somehow you return from the beyond with a physical object. You become gradually aware of shouted orders and panicked screams in the distance.
A question for later. What matters is that you're back, and just in time.
Yeah, Muato, you still here?
Still here and happy to see you.
Sounds like I might have missed something.
A huge reptile erupted from the inland sea. It attacks the crucible. Humaire fights it, but without your aid, I fear she'll feed it instead. Kazuari needs you, champion. Go, save her.
It's like the islands got up and started walking.
Yeah, I mean, we can try. Slaying giant reptiles. Sounds like a bit of a pain in the ass. Ah, I mean, Galloway in it of itself was a pain in the ass. A royal pain in the ass. Just as much as the other gods, actually.
You trespass on sacred sword.
I don't think it cares overly much. Fucking dinosaur.
The beast's breath rolls over you in a fetid wave. The stench of rotting fish nearly overpowering.
Nice.
A light sparks in its beady eyes, and the shouting from the stands fades away to nothing, replaced by the guttural rumble of Galloway's displeasure.
This is my temple, my island, my security against Aethys's madness!
You will. The beast tails whips and snaps across the area's fighting floor. It is restless, hungry for a fight.
The faces will not rob me of that, not after I have gifted them a reprieve from the hunt, from the vicious dance of predator and prey. You destroyed Signath Moor. You gorged yourself on the essence of Kazuari. And now my beast will devour your soul for your insolence.
I knew Galloway would be pissed off about that. Well, find an opponent worthy of my time.
A mirthful chuckle rumbles from the mouth of Galloway's beast.
Do you think me some timid deer?
Don't really.
I will flee.
A bit too ugly for that.
If you don't back down.
Like shuttered lamplight, the glow of Galloway's presence leaves the beast's eyes. Dark encroaches at the edge of your vision, until all you can see is a pinprick of light swimming in the emptiness of the beyond. Suddenly, the light blooms, and its force shoves you back into your body.
And now we need to murder it.
After him.
Trouble.
This is
Now then, time to murder it. Okay, the fact that we managed to do that is amazing. I do mean really freaking amazing. Now then, use your unbelievable abilities.
You like that? Let's go.
Kill the small one first. Then we'll kill the big one. As it's only good and proper to murder it most foully.
This ends here.
Well, it can do shit all. Yeah, not too used to magic, are ya?
The beast collapses into a heap of blood and scales.
Got Porokora's eye.
The massive creature expires with a tired hiss, and you sense the familiar phenomenon of a soul departing a body. Only the energies involved are of a size and scale that threatens to overwhelm you.
Well, no surprise, it's a giant beast.
The essence rages around you as if desperate for direction. You can provide it.
I'm gonna steal it for myself.
You inhale deeply, and the energy pours into your open mouth, your nostrils, your eyes and ears. It fills you, burning within you like a fire. Your flesh twists and buckles, bulging, and you feel as if you might explode. The sensation fades as the essence settles into your form. But you feel somehow changed. Hungrier.
Nice.
Wilder.
It's my energy now. Screw you. I've held it fair and square. Kish be mine now. Umaira straightens. Well, she cradles one arm gingerly with the other.
This is on you, Watcher. The anguish in this place is souls called that beast.
You were supposed to fix things.
Fools. Galvain sent the creature here. He's to blame for all of this.
We clearly shouldn't have put such hopes in you. You remain our champion, but you shall never be our friend.
Oh, come on, don't be so mad about it. I never thought I would help a freaking god out of his little thing.
I hear tale of another artifact ripe for the reaping. Welcome. I hope I can be of service.
I spoke with the faces and the beyond.
Gallarde, you are most blessed. If I might ask, what did you learn from them?
Well, the faces are the three memories of lives lived by a single awakened soul. The way watchers.
When you put it that way, it sounds rather familiar, doesn't it?
Does.
Incredible. Strange to think of all these things we see, and what lurks beneath them. Just one of Kazuari's many lessons.
So any
Your
rumors?
performance during the final battle impressed many, the faces of the hunt included. If you would hunt more artifacts, all would enjoy seeing you again in the arena. The seeking face whispered of a tapestry, stolen on the seas, now hanging in a shop on the water. Filch it from the filcher, and the spider shall be pleased. The slaying face growled of a statue, that of a great tracker, defaced. Hunt the hunter's crown in a ruined Huana city, long flooded and overgrown. The surviving face respects even the survival of a wounded god. Though she burned, the exiled queen persisted. You now know.
Yeah, I think this is taking a bit overhand because look at this nonsense. I don't want to deal with that, honestly. And that's putting it fucking mildly. I think it is high time that we deal with
If you insist.
God.
Greetings, champion. The crowd will cheer your name.
Question is, which one is the easiest one? If I do this, will my little belt actually get powerful? Because I kind of want to finish that quest at least. I don't think I'm going to do all of the artifact hunting though, because, well, fuck this shit basically. Yeah, we've already huge trade show.
Just like back at the arena.
Yes, arena, yeah. Basically, same as before. Just murder them. Yeah, I think this one is one of the easier challenges. Just tell me this is enough to fill up the fucking quad, please. Pretty sure I'm wearing it now. Hopefully. Probably should check that. Okay, so it works. It's not full yet, so we need to do it again. Honestly, I'm kind of happy if we have dealt with this fucking place because, well, this place is getting a bit on my nerves at this point. Putting fucking mildly. I don't know the rhythm of this place, basically. Yeah, we know.
Caution serve us better than speed.
This ends here.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that indeed.
Did I do that?
Hey, whose side are you on?
Repent, Savage Tiger, you go down. Stop talking. No one cares. You were supposed to fix this place. I'm not gonna fix shit for Galloway. I can't suck my most impressive backside. And we need to do it again. At least we can do it with one of the relatively easy fights, because that's actually saving some time. Otherwise I would probably go insane. And who would like that? Save yourself the breath. I don't care.
Let's go.
Ready, Watcher? Not that you've...
This ends here. Let's do this. Did I do that?
Ooh, yes. Whatever it was, you probably did it. Revenge. Murder. Murder most profound. I'm gonna murder you now. Again. Yeah. We already heard your little spiel. We did all of that already, didn't we? Fuck's sake, Gabe. Couldn't have made it any more annoying, could you? Of course not. I mean, I guess you're supposed to doing this with all of the combat encounters one by one. Not like this. But again, that's what happens when you forget. Yeah. Don't care. Oh, already what you're about to say.
Ready, Watcher?
Check.
Not that you've got a...
They'll fall by my hand.
They will indeed fall by your hands. Most brutally. Come on. Okay, so just accept that. I think the big one just disappeared and it's gonna reappear at some point. But no, this apparently counts as a victory. Nice game. Very nice. Wellspring of energy. Won't be long until it's full.
If you insist.
Again. Please tell me this is the last time. Well, I did all of the trials, and well, there are some more technically speaking through the artifacts. A lot more technically speaking through the artifacts. But honestly, it's, as far as I remember, basically just this over and over again.
Let's
do that?
Basically.
That's very helpful. Lavaru beyond seek.
No, then you die, please. Die again.
Lavaru.
And the last one explodes. A bit of a gory show, that one. Yes, yes, yes. We know, Gabe. We've been through this. Quite literally through this already. Freaking Voinly. Ah, then it's time to set sail for Kaiser, I think. Completely ignoring everybody else because I'm not going to take any of those groups with me. They are all a pain in my ass. And I don't intend to take them with me.
You're back!
Yeah.
Does that mean the belt is ready?
Pretty much.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. Yes. Yes, a most impressive charge you've collected. With this, there's no telling what I'll accomplish.
Well.
This is the result of your last effort for me. I wish I could say it was as successful as the first, but the addition of Audra seems to have left the results somewhat unpredictable.
Liquid Audra. Interesting.
How surprising.
Yeah.
Regardless, I want you to have it. It's the least I could do. I believe I have what I need now. I'll begin refining the designs, and perhaps with time, I will be able to produce powerful, reliable devices that will preserve lives across the
make that reliable very much your top priority, please.
We may just yet make this world a better place. I truly, deeply thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, gods, you're the Watcher of Cadnu, aren't you? How did I not recognize it? How was I so stupid?
She's had a rough few months, what with dying and all.
Yeah, no harm done.
My sincerest apologies. Is there... Can I do anything for... How may I be of service? Of course.
He's trying really hard, isn't he? Do we have anything new? You don't. Well then, let's see, what do I have? I have black and plate helm, because right now I'm wearing the champion's helm. The deflection may have a 10% chance of allowing an instant primary attack riposte when treated weapon damage for each enemy engaging them. Well,
wow, isn't this fancy?
Pretty damn fancy, I'd say. We're finally done with this. I mean, we have the best sails, we have the best hull, everything seems to be somewhat prepared. All we really need to do is now sail the storms and survive. All the way to Okaizo. Oh boy, am I happy in not having to see this again. Now let's go back to my little ship and prepare for my final voyage. This one. Forge alliances or prepare a ship. I'm going to prepare my ship. We have the Dragonwing sails, we have the Blackwood hull. Yeah, I think we have nothing else. This is the one that, well, we did already. In an alternative reality where we helped the pirates. We did this one already, which leads to the Balian Trading Company becoming your friend. And pretty sure we did this too. This one we can't finish because, well, quest is bugged, and honestly I have enough fighting from Kazahui, so I'm just going to fucking ignore all of these fucking artifact quests. Is there anything else I need on my ship? I don't think we need to do much for my equipment. Yeah, I think we're pretty damn well prepared, honestly. So then, this is basically where we need to get through. Which means setting sail and sailing up there. I think before we do this nice little part where we finally hopefully get to see freaking Kaizo. I'll probably actually will give myself a little toilet break because I need to piss. No reason to make this sound fancy. It's the call of nature, basically. That's what we should probably say before we sail in there. I mean, you know, if we want to do a bit of an extra one at some point, the artifact hunt is probably not a bad way of doing it. I suppose. There's plenty of ocean to sail and many lands to explore. What lies ahead of you dwarfs them all. If you choose to sail on, you suspect there will be no return, not to the dead fire you have come to know. Go back. Creativity. Now then, you enjoy some sailor nonsense, and I go to the toilet. Shouldn't take that long though. Minute at most, basically. It's now then. Ooh, I've got myself another drink too. A nice one. Now, time for a nice little beer to celebrate, because whatever is coming is probably worth it. Whew, cheers. Tasty indeed. And then it's time to sail into the unknown. Continue forward. Set a course through the channel and into uncharted, turbulent seas. Storms of Wondrous Motor encompass the visible horizon. Hurricane winds roar like an imprisoned beast, blowing with enough force to rob the very seas. Past a curtain of rain above the swell of waves, you just barely perceive the outline of colossal outer pillars. Sail into the storm. No sooner does the cocksucker head into the turbulent waters than you catch sight of a ship speeding after you, sails flapping violently in the winds. Someone has followed you. It remains to be seen whether they can keep up. For now the storm is concerning enough. Headscarf wiping in the wind, Haima frowns. God's captain. But known. Many of us had known. Shake of the head. The marina chuckles. Damn. Oswald stands at the rail. Mutters ahead agreeing with Haima. Damn. Ain't no charge for what lies ahead. Perched on the rail, one hand clinging to the rigging, laughs, lip curling over uneven teeth. Kidding, we exactly the kind of shit I signed on for. Hand holds into the wind. A hand falls on your shoulder, and you turn to see Eld Ingrim. We go now by gods would not have us tread. Yet their scaling guided us here, inexorable and incontrovertible. The hand's smile balances on the knife's edge, between comforting and disquieting. Have faith. Moses hands on the wheel, Beardall stares out across the white caps. Into us, ain't we? We sail into the water itself. God help us. The cocksucker's crew is the finest in the Deadfire, because you're my crew. You'll get us through Andros mortar. I know it. Faint but determined smile, hammer nods. You all know your jobs, and you all know what's at stake. What's this but one more squall? 2 stations! Cheer rises as the hands scream about the decks. Heading into the mouth of the storm, you hear the sound of tearing canvas as the wind batters your sails. Unfavorable omen to the start of a hard voyage. Press on in spite of all the misgivings, intent on making it to the bitter end. Looming in the water directly ahead stands a pillar of Adra. Reaches up from the seafloor to pierce the sky like a god-sized finger aimed in accusation. You can worry about the pillar ahead. The ship jolts and the hull groans against Adra, lurking unseen beneath the waves. Your ship's blackwood hull takes the beating without incident, though the pillar itself remains a threat. The choppy currents spin your ship toward a collision course, smashing against the pillar's gargantuan trunk, make for a quick and unceremonious end to your journey. A series of hard turns and clever cheating the wind, your helmsman narrowly steers the ship out of harm's way, missing the pillar entirely. No more outer pillars are in evidence ahead. The storm grows fiercer as you persist in challenging it. Moaning wind threatens to thread your sails to ribbons, and visibility is dropping fast. It begins as an irregularity in the water current, broadens as the sea churns open a maelstrom. The ship balances on the brink of being swept down. Tide redoubles its pull, intent on drawing you closer to the inescapable hungry maw. Wind howls in fury, threatening to tear your sails to ribbons. Sound like a whip, the dragon-wing sails catch the wind and hold fast. The whirlpool still looms ahead. The only option is to sail at full speed, breaking the whirlwind's grasp by force. Swift maneuvering breaks the ship free of the maelstrom's steady grasp. The unfortunate cost of your sails, which take heavy damage from the turbulent winds. Howling of the wind builds to a constant shriek. Rain pounds your deck through relentless animosity. The wave swells ahead. Once there's enough to eclipse your vision, the prow of your ship slowly rises to meet it head-on. If you wanted to, you could not turn back now. The crew masters their fear and holds fast to their posts. Against all odds, the ship crests the wave successfully. In spite of the crew's haggard state, cheer grows up in your honor when everyone realizes they are still alive. The ship rides the sheer slope of the wave, crashes back down, staying upright all the while. It doesn't immediately register that you have survived. Rain continues to indignantly pelt you with water. The seas ahead look calmer than those you left behind. Relief is short-lived. The enormous form crests the wave and bears down on the cocksucker. Incredible speed. What can collide with your hull dives back into the deep. Tense minutes pass, but you wonder if it will resurface. When it doesn't make another appearance, press on with caution. Though your visibility is low to non-existent, and your heading is a mystery, you sense a glimmer of light far ahead. One shining beacon in the obscurity. Taking the wheel, you sail for Eosas. The seas are calm again. The skies begin to clear, make out a growing shape on the horizon. Ukaizo. Ornate spires reach up from the island, hinting at the city within. Not all of Ukaizo has weathered the millennia with equal grace. The structures jut and lean out surrounding shallows, making the waters around the island impassable by ship. You resolve to take the skiff the rest of the way. Da-da-da-dum! We've reached Ukaizo. At a pretty damn high cost. But we did it. Well then, Hokkaido. That's new. The bloody mech. And it's probably attacking me, isn't it? Creature stares down at you. Only dim recognition of your presence. Water drips down the tip of its mordant-like head.
Whoa, that's where would you even stab something like that?
A very good question.
What manner of creature is this?
I'm not too proud to admit when I'm scared. Terrified, actually.
Construct turns the sound of speech, showing only dim awareness of the meaning. Swivels its head back around to face you.
So alone. Never alone. Exokaizo reached.
Voice pass. Put your mind in a clumsy, unpracticed fashion. Feel something like the mental equivalent of a squint. What are you?
We're the gates of Akaizo.
Aha.
We guard the silence of Akaizo. You are a disturbance.
Be that as it may, I'm not leaving.
Aethys has disturbed the bones of Akaizo. The old pacts permit him to pass. But you will go no further. Akaizo is closed. The gates are barred.
Before we settle this, I want answers about Ukaizo.
Our covenant with the Old Ones does not forbid questions. The living were meant to forget Ukaizo. Nothing can be gained of remembering it.
If we rest my legs while we chat, it'll make for a bit of fight for us both.
A challenge would be a welcome distraction. Take your reprieve, doomed one. The chosen people of the Deadfire called Akaizo home. The outsiders were their contemporaries, full of wisdom, ingenuity, and terrifying ambition.
That they probably did.
The Ingwithins, of course. Only they would create a monster and bind it to guarding their secrets.
They did not create us. They united us as one. The Old Ones and the Outsiders traded, collaborated, learned, and built together. Outsiders augured the doom of the Old Ones. The rift unmade them both.
What caused the rift?
The Outsiders coveted ancient Ukaizo. Its occupation was a hindrance. Machines were built on a foundation of outsider lies.
Yeah.
When the machines were nearly done, the Outsiders constructed bodies of flesh and bone.
Bodies.
Skeletons, now. Their remains littering Great Ukaizo.
What were those machines?
Ones which drew the spirits of the dead through a sieve. Finally, the Outsiders fashioned a guardian to stand vigil over their work. Our bond with the Old Ones compelled us to trust their allies. They offered us a trade, eternal life for eternal service.
Sounds like a pretty bad deal if you ask me.
We were ordered to slam shut the gates of Ukaizo for all time.
What happened when the machines went active?
The Outsiders vanished from the world, leaving the Old Ones dumbfounded. Quiet gave way to chaos. Storms battered the seas. The sleeping hearts of mountains awoke with fury.
Well, great.
When the last screams of the Old Ones faded, only we remained.
So no one has been here since the devastation.
None but the green colossus, whose every footstep disturbs tranquility. You are the first kith to visit the shores of Lost Ukaizo, and you will be the last.
Well, so you say.
By now, you are rested, and there is little more to tell. May your journey through the wheel be an informed one.
Excuse me. The gates won't open. I'll take them off their hinges.
The silence of Ukaizo will be restored. Time will dismantle your bones.
I disagree. Attack! Shit, they've got reinforcements. That is not good. Okay, let's try to get rid of this one, because this one could be a real pain in my backside. Now, Hydra Animate, go down. Okay, that was that. That still went surprisingly easier than I had anticipated.
Indeed.
Faint echo of soul energy blinks up at you from the depths of the wreckage. And not much left of him, I suppose. The area looks pretty damn cool though, doesn't it? Bit of debris, hums of ancient power. Yeah, so a nice little quick save here and go forth, I suppose. Moigwev and Ondra's Spire. Grand Promenade. It's apparently the biggest area. We have to pay all through this way. That's gonna be painful. Murder, 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 everything that stands in my way.
It's even scarier than in my dreams.
Erosion has softened the bronze features, giving the proud statue a brooding air. Fleeing to the city would be suicide while the storm rages on. The furious storm obscures the sprawling city below, but you can make out the shape of distant spires reaching up from the flooded ruins. Spirit winds tug on your soul with insistence, like a stern hand trying to pull a cloak from your back. Recall the last time you encountered a bivouac. It was a lifetime ago. Turn to your companions. So, here we are. Look to those who come with you this far, who risk everything to face the confrontation ahead. How are you feeling about all of this, there? Just asking. Their gaze wanders among leaning archways and half-collapsed spires. Smiles agape.
Gilded Vale got its name from the way the wheat fields used to look in the sun. But this place really is gilded.
A bit hard to say through the storm, but yeah, sure.
Might as well be a different world.
Missed the simple life then?
Well, hard to miss what you can barely remember.
Okay, good point.
All I know is my life took a turn when this world came stomping into mine.
Yeah, but it wasn't at all for the better.
These great people got a funny way of passing on. They disappear from the world, but leave their problems behind for the rest of us to deal with.
Yep, pain in the ass, but that's just how it is sometimes, isn't it? Well, their problems are cave problems. Both civilizations, different as they were, agreed something had to be done.
And now here we are, with Aethys trying to undo the whole thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, I broke a wheel once too. First thing I thought of when we learned what Aethys was doing.
Nice memory, eh?
My mom had this spinning wheel, and she loved it. Well, I was playing with it in the way a young child might when his parents are out, and that wheel came right off. It wouldn't go back into place, so I pushed it harder, and pretty soon I'd broken off a spoke.
Yep.
Broke off 3 more trying to fix that.
Not the most skilled one, are you?
Anyway, I got whipped pretty good for it. That wheel was never the same, even after my dad fixed it. I used to think of the gods as being like parents to all of us. And now I know better. They're children, playing while their folks are gone.
Pretty much. After all, they're all just pretender gods. You're looking awfully thoughtful, Olaf.
5 years ago, you controlled the destiny of thousands of souls in Sun and Shadow.
Yes, I did. I'm pretty damn awesome, aren't I?
But the choice you make today shall define the fate of every living thing in Aora.
Well, I kinda, know already. I'm somewhat ready.
I hope so.
Nice. Hesitantly, very much so.
We haven't always seen eye to eye, but I hope you'll consider the matter well and choose wisely.
I'll try my best.
For all our sakes.
Yes, very much so. Oh, something on your mind, little shorty?
We gonna do this or what?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Also, sailing back is not really an option. It's a pain to go through the storm. If we try to go back, I'm pretty sure my ship will sink.
We've made it this far, yet we're still alive. Might as well square off with my god before our luck runs dry.
Yeah. Oh, no matter what happens with yours, you've got my back, right? And don't be silent about this.
Sure do. If Gon wants you dead, I figure he can do it himself.
Nice. That is precisely what I wanted to hear from you.
Besides, the part of him that's been stomping through the dead fire didn't much help me at Mogren's teeth. Tell me, Watcher.
Kinda I did,
Can
though.
there be a god of light and birth if souls themselves can no longer be reborn?
How about we stop all of this nonsense of the gods and do it ourselves, you know? Oh, was it worth it all to chase down your god?
Reckon it was.
Okay.
Sure, I did some things I now regret. God knows I got plenty of blood on my
Oh
hands.
boy, did we ever murder the living shit out of the Deadfire.
I thought it'd be different how it turned out,
Hey, what were you expecting? Roses and flowers or something?
but I couldn't dream of any other way. Now then, shall we go face my God for one last time? Find out what it is we can or can't do in these end times.
This is going to be interesting.
Whether we're meant to wither or thrive.
Yep. Let's go.
Consider me your second shadow.
I shall. I still remember at one time we did some very nice intense scissoring session in the God's Realm. Using of Rimgrant. Wouldn't have any other one by my side. That's the sort of action you need. Well, if you want to live forever, you twin, putting me here was not really the best way of doing it. Wasn't the threat of death my procedure sort of age, but that of rebirth. Now I faced the god of rebirth, who set on destroying the wheel. If I'd known in advance, perhaps I'd have held off on the experiment at sea.
Kinda sounds like you want Aethys to succeed.
Regardless, we're here now, and I stand ready. Let us finish this. Well, yeah, as ready as we can be. Let's go on a little adventure. Enjoying the stormy weather, I suppose. Tiny engraving reads, in memory of Jumu, Tapua, and Tukima, Ngati's first chosen. Area looks cool if you could actually see shit, but you can't. Okay, so the only place I can go next is Ondra's Spire. It will take 1 hour. Bit of a climb, but oh well, what can you do? I'm actually getting somewhat focused on this because it looks pretty damn cool. Right, machinery. Okay, that's why it takes an hour. We actually climbed that thing completely. Now, can I put this out? So the device atop the tower spins in wild, blurring revolutions. The air around it is still and calm. You stand in the eye of the storm, which has cordoned off Ondra's mortar from the rest of Aeora for thousands of years. See an antiquated control panel. Its levers engaged in positions of activation. Something about this place echoes with ancient awareness. Its corporate feelings of longing and distress reach out to you. Your mind is assaulted with complex symbols and postures, most of them beyond your reckoning. The sensation pulls away, you recognize that it left behind knowledge of water shaping that existed long ago. Armed with this memory, a capable water shaper might wield the power of their ancestors. Something should... Teku should find this interesting. Deep percussion shakes the tower by its roots. Somewhere in the obscurity of the storm, Eosas rears back his fist to deliver a mighty blow. Please don't. Control panel has weathered the millennia better than the rest of the city. A layer of dust covers its elegant glass tubes, engraved copper levers. They are both inactive and fully functional. Let's deactivate the machine. Grip the largest of the levers and bring it up to its starting position. The vibration of the machinery gradually slows. The turbulent winds grow calm. Okay, did we just lift the storms? I'm pretty sure we did. No.
The machine controlling the storm winds down.
Nice.
The clattering of its machinery settles into a low whir and then, at last, hiccups to a halt.
Even nicer.
Beyond the tower, the black, roiling clouds of Ondra's mortar roll away from the ancient city of Ukaizo,
Woohoo!
with only a tired sigh of wind to see them off. And on that last breath of wind comes to you a familiar sound. The ring of a bell.
Are the gods gonna get involved again? Of course they are.
The bell's ringing is soft.
Yay! I can
Not
never
the
do anything
clangor
without
and
getting
torrent
interrupted, can
you've
I?
grown used to. It calls to your soul, and your soul yearns to follow
No,
it.
it does not.
Your soul flees from your body and into the beyond, chasing that sound.
I'm getting
It
blackmailed
leads you
again.
at last to Bareth's realm, to that cold platform and room of endless doors.
Yippee.
Watcher, your journey nears its conclusion.
I know.
The pallid knight stands before you, her gaunt face impassive.
Well, let's make this quick then. I've got an engagement with a living statue and I really don't want to be late.
You rush headlong toward the end. Do you ever pause to consider where it is you are headed?
As long as I'm headed somewhere away from you, I'm actually quite happy with that.
Soon you will confront Aethys for what will likely be the final time. And you will do so as the Herald of Bareth, the only creature on the face of Eora
I hate
to
this
whom you'll
job.
listen. Remember that.
Yeah, sure, I will totally forget it in 5 minutes time, and if I have to fucking drink myself stupid in order to do so, don't worry.
The pallid knight inclines her head to you, black hair hanging lank in her face. She steps back and cedes the floor to Helia with a small, resigned sigh.
If Aethys truly intends to go through with his mad plan to destroy the wheel, a generation's worth of souls will be trapped in the in-between. So many would suffer. How can Aethys be so cruel? He cannot just abandon them.
He probably doesn't want to.
Help the Kith find a quick solution.
Abaddon strides forward.
Hey Abaddon, long time no see.
Aethys thrust this crisis on the Kith. They did not bring it upon themselves. Their only mistake was entrusting us to watch over them. Who will help them rebuild their world now?
Why don't you just let them do it themselves? I'm pretty sure they're capable of that.
Aethys will reveal every secret of the gods. Will Kith be able to change the established order if they have no wonder to inspire them? Aethys must help them resolve this quickly, lest every one of Eora's few remaining mysteries be laid plain.
Maybe they should, you know. You should really leave decisions solely to Kith.
You have misgivings. Good. You should be wary of any help Aethys might offer you.
No, I'm wary of every one of you offering help.
With the wheel destroyed, Kith will tear themselves apart.
Maybe they will, but that's a whole choice.
God's
At
duty
least.
to prevent that happening, lest they doom us all. And as Kith must be ruled, so too must the gods. I say that if Aethys is so eager to throw down the mantle of power and step aside, I shall take my rightful place as Queen of the Gods again.
You know you will not. Not if I can help it.
Kith are strongest when they follow our lead, and we are strongest when we lead in turn. United in purpose with the gods, Kith can accomplish things that without us, they could never
disagree
have even
with all of
begun.
your points. Screw
They
yourself.
must be shown their boundaries to surpass them.
Kith will not solve Aethys' puzzle on their own. And without an established order to fight against, the bonds that bind them dissolve, and they fight amongst themselves.
Nope. We have to figure this one out in our own time, at our own pace.
That confidence is what will save Kith, Watcher. Do not lose it when you stand before Aethys.
I don't think I will. I've had enough of you pissant assholes trying to fucking intervene in my fucking course of action over and over and over again at this point.
Boudica's firm hand is but the motherly smothering of Helia by another name. Mortals should have no special advantage.
Did I actually somewhat agree with him here? Surprising.
Striven to improve themselves through trial, will they truly know their measure? Kith must suffer to find their strength if they are to survive the world into which Aethys drags them. Our intervention in your struggle would be a cruelty and counter to our purpose.
He lets his words hang in the air for a moment. Gaze level with your own.
Indeed. Kith must discover for themselves what it is they are worth, and of what it is they are capable. What we do for them, they do not learn for themselves.
Well,
Trial breeds ingenuity.
It does
If
indeed.
our work of generations was not in vain, Kith will succeed in spite of Aethys' actions.
Obviously we will. We are pretty damn awesome. When we want to.
I have faith in Kith's ability to meet Aethys' challenge. Do not mistake my words for indifference, Watcher. They are born from a fierce belief in your potential, not a refutation of it.
No, maybe we are just not doomed after all.
And yet you come to Okaizo alone.
Yeah.
With none at your back.
Screw those people.
All that Kith stand to lose. And even then, your leaders could not join hands, squabbling instead over prestige and resources. You believe that will change when my final death comes calling? You are a greater fool than I thought.
Nope. I just didn't like the people, which is why I didn't take any with me.
Margaret is blinded by her affection for mortals. She does not see that entropy is the destiny of all things.
Oh boy.
If Eothas were wise, he would destroy everything. End life. End reincarnation. End death.
Sounds a bit too final for my personal taste.
Kith have had their chance.
Actually, we didn't.
It is time to let silence
Pretty
reign.
much, Kith, come along. You pretender gods rise and take the reins from us, and ever since then we didn't really have a choice. Don't think we had yet to prove ourselves.
As Rimmergon's words fade, the Pallid Knight returns. She no longer towers
She
over
shrinks
you,
down.
a giant even among the gods, but meets you at your height. She lets the arms crossed over her chest fall to her sides. She speaks to you openly, plainly.
Well, then speak.
An expression almost like tenderness.
Speak truly and show me what's up.
Well, Watcher, you know where we stand. What do you believe?
Well, everything that's happened, everything that will happen is the gods' fault. We're quite better off without you.
The gods were once Kith. Thousands of Kith from long ago. But Kith still. If we are diseased at our core, as you imply, then so too are you.
Yes, I'm pretty sure you got rotten from being all powerful, though.
Now the time has come for us to part, Watcher.
Fucking finally!
I laid upon you a difficult duty, and I know you desire to be free of it.
Yes, truly.
You will be in time, but not now. You have work to do.
You have quite literally blackmailed me from death's door, doing your bidding, and I have not forgotten about this, mind you.
You are no stranger to hard choices. You killed Theos, and when his soul was laid bare before you, you chose to destroy it.
I did that indeed.
You granted him peace.
Well, yeah, kinda. Also, I really didn't want to take any chance of him coming back and biting me in the ass in the future.
Remember the strength it took to make that choice, and know that you alone may sway Eothas now. When you stand before him, choose your words carefully.
Okay, Eothas, could you stop being an asshole for 5 bloody freaking minutes and listen to me?
She claps her gauntleted hands together, and a sound like thunder rumbles through the room. As the floor crumbles and falls away beneath you, you hear the sound of a single bell ringing, and beneath it, the faintest whisper.
Consciousness returns in a wave. The last of the machine's energy dissipates. Coming of the storm reveals the sprawling city around you, like sand wiped from a mosaic. See the distant outlines of Eothas, raising his fist in triumph and purpose, as he beats the shit out of something.
You keep falling asleep on me, I'm gonna have to start walking behind you with a pillow. Oh, by the way, the storm's gone. Also, I think Eothas has ended the world.
Well, thanks for bringing me up to speed, eh?
It seems we're all still here.
Well, we are.
Gods and darnation. My head.
Peering over the edge of the tower, you make out a distant shape amid the ruins below. An iron-studded warship has dropped anchor in the shallows, its cannons angled to the shore. The ship is nearly cracked in half. The standard of the Royal Deadfire Company persists in flapping with the breeze. The empty deck tells you the surviving crew have long since boarded a skiff and brought to shore, which means you're no longer alone. Shit. Well, sigh and draw your weapon. Just like, wing, time to kill some people again. I mean, it's kind of, the determining factor in all of our achievements so far. Killing things, most profoundly, over and over and over again. Those assholes think they can stop me now. They got something very brutal in the near future. Just waiting for them. Will you look at that? We can finally take a look around. Azanui Karu approaches, her weapon drawn. The face is bruised and cut, and her uniform torn from the rough journey. Her eyes are clear and focused. On you.
What you people from lush, bright lands fail to grasp is that Rawatai isn't a storm-tossed spit of land. It's the Kith who stand together there.
I don't give a shit if you stand in my way. You're gonna stop doing that very shortly, because you will be dead.
Ukaizo belongs to us.
Nope.
We've earned it with blood and sweat.
By that logic, it belongs to me, because I've spent quite a few months, and in-game probably years at this point to get here.
And no one shall take it from us now.
Well, enough of this.
Roataians, defend Ukaizo!
You will not. And I'm getting sick and tired of dealing with you. Meow.
Take you.
Well, that was a very unheroic death. Also, some of the sound is missing.
This won't stop me for long.
I'm pretty sure some of the sound effects are missing, game.
This ends here.
Have you forgotten how to make sound? Game is like, maybe forgot about sound, flashed a little bit. Ah, there it is. Took a while. Okay, who's the next one who's gonna stand in my way? Pirates or the Valiant Trading Company? Wanna go back to the harbor? Is there any reason for me to go back to the harbor? Maybe there's somebody there. Let's just check it out in case. Wouldn't want to miss anyone I need to slay. The longest time, you know, I was really hoping to get a chance to get back at all of those people who have fucked with me. And, you know, basically made me the bitch for the longest time. I enjoy this very much. Oh boy. Okay, nothing at the harbor. Well, then into the city proper, I suppose. To Moi Griff thing. Which is basically the wheel, I suppose. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Da-di-da-di-da, just traveling. Coming through.
You descend into the ancient winding streets of Ukaizo.
Mm-hmm.
Battered by storms for thousands of years, the ruins bear the marks of their role as the lone witnesses of the god's great secret at the center of the city.
Mm-hmm.
The houses and boulevards are pierced by great spears of luminous Audra. There are no ashen bodies, no birds, no sign or sound of any life.
Yeah, I mean, after thousands of years of storm.
Every step, the rhythmic pounding in the distance draws nearer. Soon, you can feel the vibration traveling up your spine. As you approach the center of the city, the weathered architecture gives way to more luminous Audra, piercing the ruins, eventually overtaking them entirely. Cresting the top of a fallen tower, you finally get a clear view of Aethys. He stands, legs astride, next to a great stone monument ringed with 11 cavernous alcoves. All but 3 hold a gargantuan skeleton, bones scrubbed clean by the city's storms.
I can see those giant skeletons.
An immense Angwithan machine floats above the monument, suspended by invisible energy emanating from a well of light beneath it. Great brass rings spin around a core of metal and Audra at the machine's center. Periodically, Aethys's massive arms swing back.
Nice.
The movement alone is enough to draw great gusts of wind toward him. When they come down on the machine, the impacts are accompanied by eruptions of electricity, fire, and smoke. The hundreds of luminous Audra pillars across Ukaizo sympathetically dim in a rippling wave that spreads out from the machine. The only safe route to the god is a steep ascent along a monstrous pillar of luminous Audra. Intertwined with fragments of Ukaizo's ruins that it is carried through the centuries. The pillar bends in a long arc, towering above the machine. The pillar levels out near Aethys's head, a silent observer to the destruction of the machine it has grown beside over thousands of years. You weave your way along a treacherous, rain-slicked path up the pillar's skyward side.
Yo, Aethys, long time no see, basically.
You catch Aethys's attention. Fist pulled back, he pauses to observe you.
Hello,
with the
it's me again.
Gentleness he showed at Ashen Maw. He lowers his arm and turns toward you.
A long time no see. Quite long, actually. Least a month or so.
Strange to see Ukaizo in this way. It may be hard to picture, but this city was once full of life.
Was it now?
The Hawana, yes, but also kith from many other cultures. Great hanging trees shadowed these boulevards. Gardens sprawled across the open rooftops. Each spring, a festival procession would wind its way from the hillside into this valley. The celebrants would pass through a steep walk among the stalls of foreign merchants, flowers falling upon them from all sides. All people of all nations, together in a celebration of new life. Such was the power and beauty of lost Ukaizo.
Yeah, but it is lost, isn't it?
If we don't fix this mess you're about to cause, the whole world is gonna look this bad. I mean, it's a mighty heavy load you're putting on our shoulders. I just hope we can carry it.
As long as there are people like you in this world, Adair, I truly do. This power has always been in the grasp of mortals. Now you will finally be aware of it. Now you will be able to decide what to do with it.
Gon, please, I'm begging you. What do I do following this? How am I to best serve those still living? To improve our future chances of survival?
The Deadfire and the Eastern Reach are full of animancers. Women and men with brilliant minds who can solve this great problem.
Oh god, we are relying on animancers.
They will also need people with brilliant souls, like you, Shodi. People who can tend to the spiritual needs of the world in a time of fear and desperation.
Ooh.
Remember, the flame you bear is not only light, but warmth. Provide comfort to all who need it.
What right do you have to do this? Destroy the wheel and leave us with nothing? Without even knowing what will come next?
Aloth, we are all gods and mortals, responsible for our own actions.
That much is true.
But inaction carries its own moral responsibility. It is a burden I have carried for far too long.
Yeah, you're pretty damn active actually, weren't you? This whole White Wind story.
One must always do as their conscience dictates, even if that means abdicating a position of power. But what of you, Watcher? Why have you followed me? Have you come to bear witness to the breaking of the wheel?
Honestly, I want you to go even further than breaking the wheel. I want you to destroy it all.
Come again now? I don't think the Watcher really meant that.
No, I mean it. Destroy it all.
We don't do anything irreversible.
Destroy the whole system. Forever.
No. This is Remergon's doing. You cannot believe this is what is best for us, Watcher.
I do not.
Why would you ask me to do such a thing?
Entropy is inevitable. Why prolong the cycle when you know who will take us in the end?
The cycle cannot be denied. Death and decay come for all, whether or not the wheel is broken.
Even if a final death is inevitable, life is still worth living while we have it. No, Watcher. I will not succumb to
just
despair.
kind of testing you there. I was pretty sure you wouldn't.
I will not let you corrupt my purpose for being here.
Kind of figured. Sense is trouble in him. A guttering candle flame in a sea of light.
No, Aethys! Don't listen to her! I still believe in you! You can't give in to this!
Gon, please. Don't cave to the despair the Watcher seeks to smother you with. Death is only half the process.
Oh, come on, I was making a bit of a joke here. I wasn't really trying to destroy it all.
I must attend to my final work now.
Yeah, kind of figured.
I cannot delay any longer. You have carried a heavy burden across the Deadfire, Watcher. Before I go, I would rid you of it.
Oh. No sooner have Aesa's words entered your mind, and you hear one final dissonant ring of the chime within you, and silence. The knot that formed when the pallid night first addressed you in the beyond is now gone.
You are free now. As free as any of us can be.
Nice.
Many will come to you for help in the years ahead. Animancers, priests, even the gods themselves. I have great hope for you.
But always remember that your future is for you to decide. Use your freedom well.
Okay, will do.
Aethys squares himself to the machine. As you move to a safe distance, he draws his fists back and resumes his assault. The blows rain down with increased fervor, but the machine perseveres in spite of his efforts. Spreading his arms wide, Aethys draws power from the luminous Audra clustered around the valley. The energy courses through his body, limbs overflowing with intense light and waves of heat.
He's really going all out on that machine.
He returns to his task, each strike bringing with it the sound of cracking stone and twisting metal, the flickering of luminous Audra across Ukaizo. As the ancient machine finally begins to succumb to his strength, so too does Aethys's body, built to withstand the passage of thousands of years. The great Audra statue has finally been pushed beyond its limits.
Well, at least it's getting destroyed, which is somewhat a revenge for destroying my castle.
Cracks appear along the hands, then race up the arms. Aethys does not slow his assault, but continues unabated. Its brass rings twisted, the machine spins erratically but withstands the relentless barrage. Aethys stands astride it and pummels the base of the machine. Soul energy begins to flare out from the machine's heart.
Yeah, destroy it. I believe in you. I mean, I do not believe in you as a god, but I believe in you as a purpose-driven thing.
Fist into the machine's center, the core of metal and Audra. The god lets out a deafening shout, something between a cry of anguish and a roar of exultation.
Actually, children, is how I lost my hearing. The god was shouting so freaking loud.
You see Aethys's arm shatter upward from his hand through his elbow. A flash of light and heat bursts from the core, accompanied by a cacophony of destruction. The moment passes as Aethys's shout echoes throughout the valley.
Noise.
Your eyes begin to recover. The god's work is accomplished. The great machine of Ukaizo has been destroyed.
Well, that's dead, I suppose.
The wheel has been unmade.
I see a lot of white.
As Aethys's voice fades, the enormity of what you've accomplished sinks in. You have confronted a god. You have rediscovered the ancient city where the wheel was forged, and you have seen the wheel shattered. What comes next is uncertain, but already the legend spreads of the Watcher, who survived Andra's mortar and stood toe-to-toe with Aethys.
That we did, didn't we?
Maras Nua's body finally goes still amidst the rubble of the Angwithan machines, yet it continues to glow. Priests and mystics have strange dreams of an island of eternal dawn at the eye of a storm, a port where the tide never flows out, a roadside tavern whose door leads only inward.
That's one way of saying it, I suppose.
As a watcher, you see what these dreamers cannot. The souls of the departed drifting toward the Audra Colossus and the twilit afterlife within. Whether it is a temporary haven or a permanent end will depend on what the Kith of Aora are able to accomplish on their own. And while Maras Nua stands frozen over Ukaizo, the gods look on the labors of Kith, but they do not intervene.
Nice.
They watch and argue, wager and conjecture at how or whether mortals will solve the puzzle set before them.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna be awesome at it.
In reaching
As long as you don't let me do
Ukaizo
the
and
fucking
facing Aethys,
pizzles.
you have accomplished
It would be
the
neat.
impossible. And you have done it without the assistance of the great powers of Deadfire.
Indeed.
Your feats capture the awe and imagination of a world that needs heroes more than ever. Some say your intervention prevented Aethys from a far worse act of destruction.
Can I get a castle again,
Many
please? That would be nice.
You will be the salvation.
Heck, why not a whole city this time?
With each day, your legend grows, as does the chaos in Deadfire.
I'd imagine so, yeah.
Ukaizo remains unclaimed, and the Efekia Channel becomes the site of a near-constant battle as the Huana and the Rawatayans vie for control of the unprotected island. The Rauataians rely on their cannons, and the Huana call forth massive waves and beasts of the deep to sink their foes. And while they chip away at one another, the Valians and the Principi pursue their own ends with increasing abandon.
Yeah, I expected that much.
Emboldened by their rivals' distraction, the Valian Trading Company seizes territory and mines luminous Adra at a startling pace. Huana villages are left at the mercy of unscrupulous speculators, and resource-rich islands are swarmed and stripped. To support their operations, the Valian Trading Company begins shipping ever greater quantities of supplies and luminous Adra to and from the archipelago. This attracts the attention of the Principi, who target these ships with increasing aggression. The promise of fat prizes draws even more pirates to their ranks.
Of course it will.
The Rauataians,
There's going to be
as
chaos
well
for
as the
years,
Huana,
isn't there?
are too busy to stop them. The mysterious deaths of Governor Clario and Storm Speaker Ikawa provoke hostilities between the Valian settlers and the Huawan residents. What starts with angry words escalates to retaliatory killings as each side blames the other.
Well, great.
By the time anyone bothers to question the strange coincidences surrounding their deaths, including reports of a cloaked Omawi woman seen in both the port and the village, both sides have gone too far to turn back. As the balance of power changes in Deadfire, so too does Nekataka transform.
Ooh.
With the major powers at one another's throats, Nekataka becomes a maelstrom of chaos. Spies and smugglers follow the flow of refugees into the city, where violence is commonplace. Ukaizo
I guess
remains the
Nekataka
coveted
isn't
prize,
really
and
drawing the
Nekataka
short
fades
straw this
into an
time.
afterthought. The pirates continue smuggling food into the gullet, and the Raparu embrace their benefactors, aiding and concealing their smuggling.
Yeah, I mean, what else could they do?
Over time, the gullet becomes a hotbed of piracy. The loss of Skiarilifus's essence weakens the Water Shapers Guild. Their power wanes and their influence fades. The art of water shaping survives as an arcane curiosity. Your brief encounter with Letharn proves deeply influential for the children of the Dawnstars. Plagued with nightmares and haunted by the deaths at Hesango, Letharn begins questioning his faith in Aethys. At first, his fellow Dawnstars chide him. But that changes as word of Aethys's deeds at Ukaizo spreads.
It's something like,
After
can
all,
we really?
What business have they worshipping a god who denied his own legitimacy? The children of the Dawnstars respond to Aethys's sacrifice by taking up the lanterns and sickles of the Harvesters of Gone. They become pilgrims of essence, gathering souls across Aora and ferrying them to the haven within the Adra Colossus. Others will repair or rebuild the wheel one day. In the meantime, the Dawnstars will care for the souls of the dead.
Well, I guess that's better than just letting them fade away, I suppose.
Ruanu, the chieftain of the Huana at Tikawara, dies mysteriously. The tribe finds his body washed up on the same beach where Anaharu challenged him to the trial of waves. Some blame Anaharu's vengeful spirit. Others see it as Ngati's final judgment. And a few speak of a strange man seen lingering in the village. The leaderless tribe eventually scatters. Some head to Nekataka, while others seek out the Wahaki. The dragon, Neraskirlas, no longer passes between Aora and the White Void, and the dead flow slowly breaks apart.
Nice.
Exposing the temple, long frozen within.
I guess that crisis has been averted at least.
Under Halfjorn's guidance, the Harbingers of Dusk resettle within Remergon's temple, vowing to forever protect it from the defiling touch of outsiders. Over time, the group becomes increasingly reclusive and fanatical.
Yeah, kind of figured as much.
Attacking any who dare approach their holy site. In besting the Beast of Winter, you earned the Death God's mercy rather than his enmity. The deity remains characteristically unforthcoming about his decision, and you're left to wonder whether in doing battle with him in the White Void, you somehow furthered his apocalyptic ambitions.
Let's hope not so much.
Utterly corrupted by the tooth of Tawamawai, the Adra at the primal island of Kazuwari continues to remain separated from the greater beyond. as increasingly anguished spirits roam the island in search of essence. Blights form with greater frequency.
Oh.
The wildlife suffers,
Bye
and the
bye,
jungle
stupid
thins
arena.
as Kazuwari slowly
This
dies.
Galawain is not gonna make any use of that.
Weakened by the events at the island, Galawain
See?
retreats further from the intrigues of the gods. Rumors spread of his displeasure, as those godlikes touched by the father of monsters begin dying mysteriously across the whole of Aora. The faces of the hunt continue to rule the Crucible and Galawain's, or rather, Tawamawai's name. The trials summoned by the statue grow deadlier with each season, until only those rare few willing to brave the gravest of dangers seek out the bloody ordeals of Kazuwari.
I guess they don't really care, they're just gonna continue doing the same shit as
Like
always.
the other souls following in your
Surprising.
wake, Muatu eventually yearns to move on to the beyond and the wheel. Stymied by Aethys' actions, however, he settles on returning to Kazuwari, where he joins the choir of souls that echo throughout the Crucible.
Council House Ascension to near divinity shocks the circle of Archmagi, who are uncharacteristically rapid and unified in their response. Immediate and violent censure of the Lich. Council House's titanic form weathers the magical attack, however, before disappearing into the depths of the Deadfire. He likely lurks in the deepest darkness of Ondra's realm, plotting, scheming, and awaiting a time he might rise again to reclaim his rightful authority. The Oracle of Whale continues to use the God Seed to develop and twist the titanic form of Whale. Not even the Archmages above know the full extent to which its sprawling tendrils infect the Black Isles.
Though your adventures alter the destiny of Aora and the balance of power in Deadfire, they also leave a lasting mark on those who travel at your side. Your companions find themselves changed, in ways both big and small. Adair returns to Hisango, where he reunites with Byrne, the son of his former lover, Alava. The boy takes heart in Adair's account that Aethys and all the other gods were false, petty, and unworthy of the love of Kith.
Nice.
Realizing how close he came to dying for this cause, Byrne finds renewed purpose in working alongside his uncle to repair the many scars left upon Deadfire by the gods. Under Adair's guidance, Byrne grows into the kind of irreverent, stubborn hothead that would have made his mother proud. And Adair visits her gravesite, often to tell her so.
What a nice ending for Adair. He has finally, well, found a more peaceful purpose than following me around, I guess.
Shodi is not a priestess who understands the meaning of subtlety. As such, she makes her girlish crush on Adair painfully obvious from the moment she first sets eyes on the strapping fighter.
She kinda did, didn't she?
Early in your travels, Adair appears discomforted by her persistent flirting. He often grimaces when she sidles up to him, and he takes endless pains to keep their conversations terse and to the point. But after a little smoothing on your part to nudge them in the right direction, Adair makes an effort to view Shodi with an open mind. And Shodi begins teasing the veteran fighter in a more companionable and less amorous manner. After saving each other's hides a couple times and sharing more than a few laughs, the two form an easy, and you suspect, lifelong friendship.
Nice.
Seemingly lit with an inner glow, Shodi takes to a new life of mission work with gusto. She still is committed to shepherding souls forgone, but having realigned her goals with that of her fellow Dawn Stars, she now endeavors to help the living as much as the dead. As you travel the Deadfire, you find her sleeping better and laughing more often. When the time comes for her to return to her temple in Neketaka, it's with a clear wistfulness and much lip-biting on her part. She leaves you with her sickle
Ooh,
and a
nice. I got
hastily
a sickle out of
scrawled
it.
note. It reads, "A keepsake from a path once walked. Remember me, Watcher, for I will forever dream of you."
Nice. I left all hot and bothered.
Though the two of you no longer travel together, Shodi holds fast to the memory of you in her heart, remaining your fierce and doting girlfriend, faithful even in her absence.
Nice.
You receive a missive for every day apart, though they often arrive in a single bundle some weeks or months past. In them, she writes of how she misses you, how you were like a fire that burns
cute, isn't
inside
it?
her, how one day surely you will be reunited again. Until then, she prays for your safety as she continues to labor in service to Gon.
I mean, well, I guess she kinda didn't have much of a choice there. I would really like to have taken you
Aloth
with me.
renews his commitment to destroying the Leaden Key. With
Yeah,
the wheel
obviously.
broken, loosening the god's stranglehold on Kith is more urgent than ever. It is a lofty goal, and one
It
he
is
does not
indeed.
expect to finish in his lifetime. But if there's one thing he's learned from the Watcher, it's that a single person can change the world.
Oh, yes, you can.
You let Romaro go, and the former pirate ostensibly set sail for the trade lanes of the Eastern Reach, the Edier Empire, Old Valia, and the Republics. For the remainder of your time together, Seraphon seems, if not exactly happy, at least contented with the outcome of your confrontation with his former mentor at Sayuka.
Yeah, it's one hell of a confrontation, mind you. Also, it took forever to actually find Romero, mind you.
When he leaves, he does so with little fanfare. Nothing but a roughly scrawled note slipped under your door. Be seeing you, Cap. You hear of Seraphon from time to time, in rumors and sea tales. He prowls the Deadfire, a brutally efficient killer, never long for any ship and never close to any crew. The Valian Trading Company is initially furious when they learn that Pallegina had assisted the Watcher in claiming Ukaizo. In the chaotic aftermath, the company takes a more nuanced view of Pallegina's actions. The turmoil in the region allows
Just
the
forgetting about it.
well-organized company to seize a number of valuable assets from their competitors. Though Pallegina is not rewarded for her actions, nor is she punished,
Kind of figure as
the
much.
Dukes and Sangreta agree to forget her support of the Watcher. She is quietly reassigned to duty in the Valian Republics, an order she gladly obeys. Time away from the Navy gives Maya Rua some perspective on how Rawatai conducted the Deadfire occupation. No sooner does she return to active duty than she voices her frustrations over some of the more underhanded tactics she witnessed and carried out in the name of the homeland. Her voice carries all the way to the Ranganui, who reminds his admirals that battles are won by superior tactics, but war is a battle of precedent, and winning is not always a victory. The people listen.
Got
Though
good for
Maya's
them.
covert assignment in the Deadfire is considered a success, few claim knowledge of it or openly congratulate her. She receives no praise beyond knowing glances or the occasional raised tankard from her countrymen. She never responds. She looks forward to seeing her brother again. So does Ashiza.
That's gonna be one hell of a family reunion.
Takehu distances himself from the problems of the Deadfire, giving the tribes a reprieve from godlike omens.
Good.
Ngati's silence speaks volumes. The Huana grow to rely on each other, paving a new way forward divorced from their traditions.
That's good. That's very good,
Soon
actually.
after his departure from Nekataka, sailors report of mountainous water sculptures rising from the open sea, entrancing and salacious.
Not surprising.
These works are celebrated everywhere, from the brothel to the palace, though the identity of the artist remains an open question.
An open question. Looks over to the picture. See this smug little face here? Yes, he's totally responsible for that.
Your farewell is short and cordial. Nothing further needs to be said, and you wish each other well. Takehu does not look back. The sea feels restless in his absence. Your pursuit of Aethys and your journey to Ukaizo signal the end of forces that have shaped the lives of Kith and the course of nations. The cycle of reincarnation has been broken.
Broken it
The
has.
storms of Andra's mortar have calmed. Yet each ending promises a new beginning. As the sun rises over Ukaizo, Kith turn their gaze eastward. wondering at what lies beyond, and at the world they will fashion for themselves.
Well, well, well.
As the Watcher of Cadnua and the former Herald of Bareth, you return to your ship and begin the long journey home. You hope for calm weather.
Ah, wouldn't that be nice for once? Darkness. Lots of it, actually. Brim, 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 brim. Feels like the game doesn't like this. Well, that is the end, I suppose. It was one hell of a journey, wasn't it? Even this final journey was quite a bit journey indeed. Humble beginnings, caught in a bivouac, all the way up to dealing with Zeus and his little organization, getting thrown into the Deathfire, solving crises left, right, and center, and pissing off more than one set of people, more like a dozen or so. All of that culminating in, well, Kif being somewhat free now, having the power to choose their own fate. Well, or not, depending a bit. They can, they cannot. Meh. A bit of an open one, I would say. I do get kind of, sentimental just looking back on the journey so far. It's one hell of a long journey. Of course, a new journey will come into being from it, of course. Very much so. Also one I'm looking forward to, although I'm still not 100% set on which one it's gonna be, because I do have a few in mind that I would like to challenge myself on. We'll see. By the time next Friday, hopefully, or well, if going by the momentary trends, early Saturday, we'll find out what this new journey is going to be like. What adventures await us in our near future. What, dragons could be slain and mites could be laid, or well, what dragons could be laid and mites could be slain, depending a bit, on how it turns out. How I feel at any particular time. Until then, I will, well, do say that I appreciate very much all of whom have stayed until the very end of this particular journey, or well, have been part of it. After all, it is not a requirement to stay until the fat lady sings. It is encouraged, but it is free of choice. I do like that, quite a bit. And yeah, one journey ends to open up, well, gates for another one. Still, just looking back, it's quite fun. I will never forget the time we made a nice little silvering session in Rimgard's Realm. It was quite quite the experience, to put it mildly. But yeah. What will come next, eh? We'll find out one way or another. That is. For the moment, however, I think this is a very good point, because I'm also needing to get myself ready for some more hours at work, and I will be back in the evening, of course, with more new stuff. And, well, I have a pretty clear idea of what I'm going to do there. So there's that. For the moment, though, I shall, well, in this particular series, bid you one final time adieu. Have a good one and all of that, and thank you very much for dropping by. It was a highly interesting journey, and it is highly appreciated of you to have been part of it. And, well, I do hope to see you all again to the next little adventure we shall be going on, and hopefully have even more time, more fun ahead of us. That in mind, let's see. As for easily nameable ones, we have our little own Cap the Drago, or Drago the Cap, who has decided to drop by and keep us company and to, talk about pets and, well, playing games. He also has followed, which makes him a double Tarnday in this particular case. Shall be thanked very much and patted on the shoulder, twice even. See? That's how generous I can be, basically. On the other side we have none, so that have been all the easily enabled ones for this particular episode. As for the other ones, the lurking kind, my kin most of the time, honestly, do feel appreciated too. Pat yourself on the shoulder for a very final and good job done. And yeah, do feel free to drop by again on this fine evening, because we'll start the next project on the eastern side of playing games. We'll see how that one turns out, shall we? For that event, one final time, let me say thank you very much, and well,